We're live.
Aha!
We're a
I did
little
it on
late.
time today.
Yeah, we were a little late because I was trying to grab something 20 seconds before the show. Mr. Nope, Eddie, Triple B. Man, y'all are in here early. I haven't even been able to share it yet. So, Sean, while I am doing so, actually, you know what? Before I do that, before I get into any of that, let me just go ahead and do this. Let me get this out of the way. I'm gonna bring down the mood just a little bit, but we're gonna get it right back up there. I'd be very remiss if I failed to mention the unfortunate passing that apparently happened on November 6th of the legendary Tony Todd. This guy was a horror icon, scared the daylights out of me as a child. I was spending a summer in North Carolina. My cousin and I watched that movie. I couldn't even make it all the way through the movie. And then I proceeded to not be able to go to the bathroom without the door open the entire summer. Many years later, I think in my 20s or right when I turned 30, is when I finally finished that movie. And I was like, okay. But between then, I'd watched tons of interviews, had seen him in things like, yes, Star Trek. That's where Sean mostly knows him from.
Yep.
I also saw him in an episode of Smallville. Of course, he was Death in Final Destination. Uh, just a man, just a great dude. He was also the voice of Zoom. Like I said, he had a one character episode in Smallville. Like watching his interviews and stuff, you're like, man, it's like the greatest people play the most terrifying villains. And in a year, I understand we lost Lance Reddick last year, and I know I didn't include him in the post I made on Facebook, but I was only talking about what has happened this year. We've lost so many great people, not only in the comic world, but the entertainment world. Uh, you know, with Carl Weathers, James Earl Jones, and now Tony Todd. And, that's not to mention all the comic creators that we've lost to. So very, very sad. Uh, Man, he was a legend. He was up there. He was up there. So
Thanks, Jay. We're all depressed now because of you.
I know the other depressing part is, and it's not definitely not is important, but kind of is at the same time. Does this now mean that there's nobody left, the actor wise, in Worf's family? Because I believe the actor that played his son died, and now Tony Todd, who played his brother, died.
Tell you what, let me check to see if the one who played Kalar, who was his mate, died or not. Did we want to count that he married Dax?
Yes.
All right, I will be looking at that in a second.
Yeah, but here I am doing all this other stuff. Forgot to post that we're live. Appreciate y'all being here as always. I know that sometimes Facebook notifications don't work that well. Kind of proved that yesterday with Friday Night Live with Nancy. First 30 or 45 minutes, we didn't have anybody in the room, and apparently it's because the notifications didn't go out. We also had, and we'll definitely talk on this later. Marvel decided, the bastards, they're going to drop two trailers at the same time. So in preparing for the show today, I was like, you know what? Let me stop, and I'm going to do two reaction videos and release them an hour after each other.
Little fun fact, Eddie, she also played a Vulcan on Star Trek The Next Generation as well. But yeah, so both Kalar and Terry Farrell, Susie Plaxton is who played Kalar, Terry Farrell is Dax. They're both still alive.
Okay. But still, just a really sad day, and just, to his family, his friends, and all the fans out there, he sure is going to be missed. Not anybody else has terrified me as much as that man has. So he's going to be missed.
Yeah.
So anyway, we got a lot of topics tonight, and of course, whatever y'all want to talk about, we'll stop and talk about. But the reason we're late is I wanted to I wanted to hit join on Star Trek Enterprise.
Oh,
Oh. The first thing I want to do is kind of a surprise for Sean. I totally understand. Nope. When you said that you wear work boots for 24 hours or 23 hours a day, and then you're in Crocs. Totally understand. Just glad you were able to make the show.
so what awesome cover did he snag up this week?
I don't remember this time, to be honest.
What'd you get, man? Because it feels like every week Jay's like, man, you should see this cover.
Well, some of the new product, I think LT, who, if I remember correctly, is his full username is like XSF San Francisco Fire Department. I think he's an ex-lieutenant.
Oh, nice.
I think he grabbed almost every cover of Absolute Superman there was. I think that was him. That might have been Nope. Y'all, my memory is bad anyway, so trying to remember what happened last night. Bearded.
What's up, Bearded?
Oh, what's up, brother? Good to see you, man. So like I said, I got a little surprise. I download. This is why we're late, because my computer decided it wanted to take forever to get this. I got a little surprise. Sean didn't even know I was going to do this, but there's something we've been working on, something that I want to bring back. Sean has done it once, I believe, but
and it tanked.
See if I can do this right. It'll just be a second. Here we go. Woo! Let me go back up. Yeah, there we go.
Right, we're still learning Restream.
Yes, because it's very strange. Before we start, the buttons are very right on it, responsive. Once we go live, it takes a second. No, not again. That one's still going, Eddie. Only Hydras, come join us. But that is Retro Rewind, and that is, as many of you know, and Sean has said it before, he's been reading comics 5 or 6 years now.
Almost a decade.
Oh, 10 years. Yeah, has it been that long?
2015, I think, is when I got that thing at Fat Ogre with you.
Wow. That just tells me perception of time is just going.
That or 2016, but I got the first one, and I still think when we were still in a 2-bedroom. And then I really started to get into them when we had the 3-bedroom when Jesse lived with us.
Right. But this is that was the Retro Rewind. And basically the first one that Sean did was I had him read Civil War. And Sean had liked the movie. And I don't know if this made him dislike the movie, because I still don't dislike the movie.
No, I don't hate the movie, but it is definitely but it is definitely not Civil War. It's just that it's like Avengers 2.5, the in-between. Let's introduce Black Panther and Spider-Man.
Yeah, which
type thing. But Civil War was so good.
Yeah. And there's a lot of people that prefer the movie over the comic, and that's okay. It's okay. Everybody's gonna have. Well, no, there's no wrong. My only issue is when it comes to subverting expectations, and I'll get into this later when we talk about that.
Yeah.
But he basically goes back and he reads older major stories that he's never read that are, like Civil War was. I don't even remember what year that was. But it's like I said, it was 2000s. I'm not talking about the movie. She's not home, Eddie. She's at work, so I'm safe for now. But if she does come home early, I will bring her on here and tell her to watch her mouth. But have her say something about it. But yeah, I don't remember what year it came out, but I was like, you know what, Sean, read Civil War. I want to see you, do a video on your thoughts And bring out the Blu-ray. I want to say I have it, but I can't remember. Um, Next, I want to try to get him to read Secret Invasion or Kingdom Come and do a review on that. Or
If you want to get technical, there is another. Before we ever did the retro rewind, there is another one on there. But I did read Blackest Night
that's right.
as well, which was an excellent read.
Yeah.
Then I need to dive into stuff like Invincible, Saga, stuff
Right.
like.
Here's my story with Invincible, right? I hear people talking about it all the time. I was watching Walking Dead. I knew Walking Dead was a comic, but I heard people talk about Invincible a lot, right? So it's kind of hyped up for me. So I was able to get the volume 1 was like $10. So I grabbed it, and I'm going to be really honest with y'all. It took me a little past the first issue. Yeah, nope, got it. Nope's got it. It took me a little past the first issue. And once I got past it, I was like, I understand the hype with Invincible. And then every trade after that has just been fantastic. And Invincible's another one that we're going to talk about when we get to that part of the that part of the topic. And
Eddie, I've not read Red Sun. I've seen the movie the animated movie that they did, and I really want to read it now just to see how different it is.
Yeah, that's one I haven't even finished yet. Like it's on my list, but my list is ever growing. Avengers versus X-Men would probably be another good one for you to do. But you're not the biggest X-Men person. So I think that actually would be a really good one for you to do.
No, I loved X-Men. I just haven't read a comic yet.
Well, that's what I mean.
Oh, I got you. Well, it's like that and Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
Haven't read either of those yet. And I need to get a lot of... There's a lot of big Marvel characters I actually haven't read.
Yeah.
I'm going to get myself in trouble with a lot of folks in here tonight. I have read far more DC than I have read Marvel.
Yeah.
A lot of my Marvel reading centers around Daredevil.
And a lot of my Marvel stuff is older Marvel stuff. I don't read a lot of newer Marvel unless it's Deadpool or Punisher.
Yeah.
But speaking of comics, I know it's been out for a little while.
Yeah.
But I want to get your thoughts on Absolute Wonder Woman. This is the cover A by Hayden Sherman.
Yes.
Let me know. I want to know what you thought of it first, and I'll tell you what mine is, because I actually just read the two books we're about to talk about right before the show. So
yeah. So for anybody who has not read, and I'll try to keep this non-spoilery as best I can. But for anybody who's not read the Absolute Universe at all, they are basically taking, so far, the origin stories of characters and basically flipping them on their head. So Wonder Woman, if I can give you an analogy, and Jay can tell me if he agrees with this, I liken her to a little bit of, she's Wonder Woman with a little bit of Scarlet Witch mixed in her. Because she does have the magic stuff that she does now, which personally, and anything else that I've seen of Wonder Woman, I've not seen before. But it was a really good read. Well paced, I thought. And as much as it was a setup issue where it was mostly a led up to the events of what's going on that's right at the beginning of the comic, I thought it was awesome. I enjoyed it. It's a very different take on what Wonder Woman is. And I'm hoping that the next issue will bring in a little more action.
Understandable. Now, well, to me, it felt like there was action as soon as I opened the panel. All right. Well, I mean, you have a couple of panels with, hey, what is this thing? And then you have the attack that happens.
Right.
But then, yeah, I get it, because then we decided to do, okay, we gave you a little bit of the story. Now let's backtrack and show you how we got here.
Yep.
Pegasus is awesome. Her weapons are awesome. And the sword that she has, is it just me, or is that like a Final Fantasy looking thing?
It It's kind of got that vibe to it. It does. Especially if it's the Final Fantasy VII one that the main character gets towards the end. Yeah, it's got that vibe to it.
Yes, and Ed, I think it's Stan Lee Presents or Stan Lee Does Whatever. I know which ones you're talking about. It's kind of like that, but I also liken this, and I'm going to get this mixed up. I'm pretty sure. So you have the Ultimate Universe and the What If Universe for Marvel, right? You have those. These are like, okay, so Elseworlds is What If to me for DC,
Yeah,
and Absolute is like the Ultimate Universe. They're not 1-to-1 ratio. Yeah, that's understandable too. She's had a week, man. She's had a week. That's how I felt, and like I said, this one is at the core. They're still heroic,
yeah.
maybe a little more violent than we're used to, but at the
They're,
core, Randy, what's up, brother?
what's up, Randy?
At the core, they feel like they still have that heroic, you know, heroic feel to them.
Yeah, they're much more raw versions of themselves.
Yeah.
That's a good way to put it.
But when I read this, I was like, okay, so far, and the Absolute stuff is 2 for 2,
Yep.
which leads us to, and we're going to go back to talk about it, but I just want to show it off first. So these just showed up for us today, and I want to show off the covers. It's Absolute Superman. This is cover A by Rafa Sandoval and Ulysses Arella. I hope I'm pronouncing those right. But this is the one that I got because I'm doing cover A's, the foil logos, and Sean is doing. If there's a good Jim Lee variant, is that what you're doing?
No, well, sort of, maybe.
Maybe. Which is
it's basically it's logo cover and my favorite cover.
There you go. But this is the cover C Jim Lee cardstock variant. Hey, bro, you picked a good one. Not gonna lie. This is
but now what you need to do is show them off on the camera so that everybody can see how amazing they are.
Well, I'll do that after we go through the covers. And then we have. I'm going to go ahead and say this. This is my favorite Superman shield. This has become my favorite shield. As soon as I saw it, I was like, this is my favorite. Like, this beats out my electric blue Superman shield that I love.
Ooh, going way back, tapping a part of Superman's history that not many folks remember there.
Yeah. I mean, let's face it. That's even my. Let's see if I can do this correctly. That's even my little, avatar for when I'm not on video.
See, wonder where's Bearded at? Is he still here? Bearded, what's your favorite shield? I want to know.
Yeah. And yes, Randy, you and Ed both, and I keep putting it on my list, and then something else comes up, and I end up reading something else. I do need to read it though. I am a fan of the movie and of. I've read the first issue is the thing, but I need to read more of it. You're absolutely right. And Randy's having the Jim Lee ones pulled himself. So before we go into it, give me a second. I'm gonna show the covers up close, like Sean asked. Give me a second.
This is solely because I got to know how cool the Superman one looks. The logo, I mean. But I'm actually genuinely curious for everybody in the chat, what's your favorite Superman shield so far? For me, I know this is Jay's. For me, the Kingdom Come Superman shield is my favorite.
Oh, that's a very dope one. I really do dig that. Okay, so I showed the Wonder Woman's off last week, I believe, because I also showed that you got that signed book too.
I don't know if you showed them live on camera though.
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
Pretty sure.
was
But
that yours?
anyway, I don't remember, man. But
Yeah, see that cover. I mean, even for just a cover A, that's awesome.
yep, and once again, weirdly enough, this one also came with one of those little cards.
Yep, I know.
It's weird. We didn't get one for Batman.
No, they didn't have that option for Batman at Third Eye, but these last two they did. So I'm like, well, if they get them, cool. That means you'll get some. It might mean you not get some for others.
Like I said,
Uh,
there's a lot of. There we go.
yeah,
Look at that. That's really dope, dude.
it was hard not to get the Virgin foil variants of that,
Oh, that is really
but I wanted one of them to be have the trade dress and everything on it. So that's why I'm like the foil logo covers are perfect.
yeah. And I I wish I tried looking to see if there's like an artist that does these, but I couldn't find one. But man, I love like let me go. There we go. I love that. So simple.
Is it more blue in person? It's got
You know,
almost a grayish, like storm blue hue to it.
it's
On
so
camera.
foily, it just looks gray to me.
Oh, okay. Just I was hoping for a little more blue in there.
But also I don't have like the best light in here.
No, but even
But
still,
yeah.
it looks awesome.
So when you do come by, you are gonna have like a small stack of comics to pick up.
That's totally fine. We should have some Thundercats covers to show off for next week.
Yes, I believe those are gonna be here with my internet box Tuesday. So we'll have them ready for the show next week.
Nice.
So, big old question, man. What did you think of Absolute Superman?
Oh man. Hold on. All right. This was awesome. This was such a cool read. I'm going to do another analogy here, and that's fine. This is just the way I'm doing this right now. But this very much is like Superman meets Iron Man or Exo Man of War. With the way things are with Cal. I love the origin story that they are telling with this, with the way Krypton is and how Superman is himself. And I'm curious to see, and I'm sure they'll probably do it in future issues, how long he's been on Earth. Because this was one of the first times where I've read an origin story where he was spoiler. This is the one spoiler I'll give for everybody that he was still alive on Krypton. So that's the only spoiler I'm going to give. I personally thought it was awesome. He was very much a much more unhinged version of himself.
I'm not necessarily sure that unhinged.
Maybe not unhinged, but definitely not quite as
Controlled, maybe?
controlled. Yeah,
Okay.
emotional might be a good word.
Yeah.
Would be a good way to put it, but much more emotional. Um, and some of the, but yeah, it's interesting because some of the powers or some of the things that he were doing are things that I've never seen before. But for me, it was awesome. The suit is dope.
Yeah.
It is really dope. But
And
yeah,
there's no
overall,
cape.
yep, no cape. But it is. This for me is my second favorite of the three so far. Batman still for me was a little more enjoyable than this, but not by much. Um,
That's fair.
this is one of those where, like I said, after I read Jason Aaron's TMNT #1 with Raphael, I'm a fan. How this dude writes and what he does with his stories, it works for me. And the art in this book was probably, to me at least, it was the most visually the biggest visual spectacle, I think, is the word I'm looking for. Um, just because of when he starts using his powers. So, but yeah, this was an awesome thing. I can't wait. Like I said, I'm gonna do. I showed you already, but I'm gonna do a video where I talk about all three of these so far, and I can't wait for the next three,
Yeah.
so that we can order 6 more covers.
Yeah, I'm going to say this as a Superman fan. I know we were getting tired of seeing evil Superman. That's my only spoiler for you here is it's not evil Superman. He's not evil. He still tries to do the right thing, but I loved seeing the planet of Krypton.
Yeah,
I loved the different origin story here. I love the little Easter eggs. Um, I loved who are kind of like the bad guys are.
yeah.
There's two different like sets. There's like a main set, and then like the minions that go out. And when I first the cellophane shield he threw in Superman 2, yeah. Um, the first panel we see these minions on, I was like, no, that's not what that is it? And then they showed them again, and I was like, okay, that's a nice touch. I enjoyed it. Like if you haven't read it, I'm hoping you enjoyed it as much as I did when I saw it.
And unfortunately for me, I haven't read enough to know what it
Oh,
is, other than
so
who one of the minions are.
yeah. Well, see, there's the minions are the dudes on the ground.
Oh, okay.
I'm not talking about that person just yet.
Oh, okay.
Um, but if you've been collecting these absolutes, I really think you're going to dig this one too. Um,
The hardest part now is going to be waiting for the trades.
yeah, but I mean that's for me. That's kind of the collector I am. Is I'll get an issue or two of something, and if I really dig it, I'll have the trade. And Randy, you're 100% right, dude. When uh when I found out who else is going to be done for the absolute stuff, I mean, you're going to have, and I always say his name wrong, Jeff Lemire, is going to be writing the Flash. You're going to have Martian Manhunter. There's going to be Green Lanterns. I'm still hoping we get a question.
That would be interesting to see if that happens.
Ed, I think it would be one of those where in some of the movies the team fights each other first because of misunderstandings or whatever.
Yep.
But I can definitely see an absolute Justice League happening. It's a little too dark to be absolute super friends, but I like where you're going with that.
I'll say this though. As far as the covers go, so far there's been a Scotty Young variant of every single one of them as well. I will probably get it for one of them. Most likely, I'm hoping that he does one for Martian Manhunter because I just have a feeling that one will be really worth having. But for anybody who hasn't seen them, go look up Scotty's variants for the ones so far. They're actually all hysterical.
Yeah. So there's like I said, it's just this was super dope. I'm hoping for those of you that got yours for Nancy, just please be patient with her. She's had a lot of stuff going on this week. I'm sure she's going to be able to get those books to you as soon as she can. But for those who have read it, please let me know your thoughts. If there's somebody out there who's, for whatever reason, you're not a Superman fan, and I understand that. I know that sometimes I feel like I'm the only Superman fan, aside from like Ed. But, if you're not a Superman fan, I would still tell you to pick this up if you've enjoyed the other absolute things. Super dope. Well, see, sometimes I make that pun without even realizing I'm doing it. But
I'm not gonna lie
mhm.
when it comes to DC stuff because I have read much more of it than I have anything else. I'm still trying to find that character to latch onto with them. I don't know why it was so instantaneous with Daredevil when it comes to Marvel, but I'm still kind of trying to find that character with DC that I really kind of want to latch onto. I know I've tended to like the more obscure characters. Well, not obscure. Your C-listers and stuff like Shazam, maybe Nightwing and Red Hood might be the front runner
Mhm.
right now. But as far as reading, I think I'm still trying to find that character to latch onto.
And that's understandable. For me in the absolute stuff, if we're gonna do that, Wonder Woman is second. The other two are kind of so like so close together, but it's absolute Batman Superman. And this is me being, not as big as a Batman fan as I am Superman, but they're so close together, it's almost like they're tied for that first place.
Yeah,
Um,
crazy quote.
well, and there's characters that I think you should read different uh eras of. Like I know you've read some Green Arrow,
Yeah,
but I would suggest like Longbow Hunters from Mike Grell or Kevin Smith's
yeah.
run or something like that. Or I would suggest The Question or Dead Man. Dead Man to me is a super underrated character. I love Dead Man. I want there to be like a Dead Man Question like detective series.
I really want to try and read a Doctor Fate comic if I can find a good one.
I think Doctor Fate would be another good one for you too. And any of the amalgam stuff.
Yeah,
I know that's not exactly a DC character, but there's some characters there to latch onto because Dark Claw's perfection.
that's like the one that everybody names.
Dark Claw is
Dark
so
Claw would be the favorite by far.
it's Batman and Wolverine. I mean, I can't wait to get those collected editions because they're gonna have the collected amalgam and I think the crossover classics. I want to eventually get those. So the topic that we're gonna kind of dive into now. I know, nope. Dead Man is a character that I'm like, James Gunn, please do something. I love the main ones. Believe me, I do. But if there's anybody that's going to bring the more obscure ones like The Creeper and folks like that, I think James Gunn is perfect to do that. But we're talking about, because it's a good little segue here, the thumbnail says DC Max Expectations, or DCU Max Expectations. And that's actually kind of a twofold thing. It's things we would definitely like to see in the DCU, which I've already named some. I would really love to finally get a Green Arrow movie. Please. We were supposed to have one to start off the Brandon Routh universe. That's how far it was called Supermax. And they never went through with it because they were going to build their own Justice League. It was weird that they were going to start with Green Arrow, but nice.
Eddie, we'll swing back around to your question because the short answer is yes. I love horror comics. So, short answer is yes. But I'll swing back around to that.
Yes, Green Lantern Darkest Night. Superb. Love that. Hopefully, eventually, another hope that I have, another expectation I have for the DCU is that eventually we'll start getting to that galactic part of the universe and we'll end up many years from now. This is very, very hopeful talk on my part because we're not even into the first chapter yet. But I hope that one of the goals is to finally get a Blackest Night going somehow, even if it's got to be a series or an animated movie. I would love that. And the reason we put Max in there was because I hope, and I know that they're doing the Penguin, and yeah, he really got to shine though in the Crisis
Yeah, him as Kingdom
thing.
Come Superman was
Yeah, but
best live action suit ever.
yeah, I want them to utilize Max like Disney does with Disney Plus, obviously, because there are certain things that Disney has done that I think worked better as a series or something else we're going to talk about, a presentation. I think there are characters in the DC universe that would be awesome to see as a special presentation or a series. I personally would love to see for the man who has everything done as a special. Now, if some of you don't know what that is, it's a short little Elseworld thing where I think Mongol sends Clark this plant alien thing called the Black Mercy, and it wraps itself around Clark's face like alien style and puts him into like this dream state where he's still living on Krypton, his parents are still alive, and it's up to Batman and Wonder Woman to try to break him from this. Now, the coolest thing that they could do with this is if they made it live action like they did, say, Werewolf by Night or the Guardian special, use the actors playing the characters in the special.
Hmm.
That's one of the things I would love to see done. And I'm ready for a new Green Lantern. I'm ready for the Lantern show to come out. Uh, well, when I say Max, and I sometimes I don't know when you're being funny or when you're being real, Eddie. When I'm talking about Max, I'm talking about the channel that used to be HBO, that was HBO Max. I think it started off as the DC Universe app, and then they went to HBO Max, and then they just made it Max. I think that'd be a perfect place. You want to do a creeper short? There you go. Do a creeper short. You want to do some kind of series? Do a series. Utilize that is what I'm saying. Not everything has to be on the big screen. We just got done not too long ago watching Agatha all along. Let me tell you, I know that there's people out there that think the show's garbage. They don't want to watch it. We thought it was awesome, especially the last half of it. Full Killer, 100%. Going to be honest with you on that. I didn't know about him until it tied into Deadpool for a little bit, and then I went back and read older series of his stuff. But Fool Killer's really good. You always do, Ed. You always do. Just like so, Sean. Is there anything DCU movie wise or Max wise you would like to see?
Who did you Max? I would like to see the. I don't remember the name of how they're buddied up, but do a Red Hood Arsenal.
The Outlaws.
Yeah, the Outlaws. That would be. I think that would make for a great series. Uh, of course, we got the Lantern show coming. Frankly, this is a very selfish one. Bring back Constantine in some way, shape, or form. I don't see any reason to cast anybody other than Matt Ryan. Sorry, I'm not replacing him. Uh, just because I like him, and you can kind of do a little bit of that horror element with Constantine, which is what I thought was one of the best parts of the show. I'm trying to think of a special that you could do, but I don't. Unfortunately, I don't have enough knowledge of anything like that. So that's about all I got for now. But just those two, about all I got for the moment.
Well, then I'll throw in Green Arrow Supermax. That could be a 45-minute to an hour special. Introduce our Green Arrow that way.
Yep. Good one. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm trying to think of weird stories that they had that you can do that would work, but I just can't think of anything.
And I see the Outlaws as being a series more than I do a special.
Oh yeah, no, that one would be that would be an episodic TV show, 100%. I think that one would be a waste if you did it as a special.
Oh.
To be,
bringing it back to Ed, because I wanted to talk about this specifically for Ed and horror fans. The Spectre. I would love for there to be a Spectre, either like again, a series. I had this weird combo team up that I had. It was Etrigan, it was Spectre, it was Question, and it was Deadman, and they were all a detective agency. And John Cole and I were throwing we're throwing around names. He had some good ones, but he's like, I'd like to call it Graveyard Shift for you, but I think Stephen King might have a problem with that. But that could be a horror series. Like the Spectre cartoon that came with one of my DCU animated movies. One of the good things they used to do on there is they had a DC showcase. That's where I first saw Creature Commandos, actually. Now that I'm remembering it, that's where I saw them, was on a DC Animated Universe DC showcase thing. The one they did for the Spectre was like, this is perfect for horror.
See, the Spectre to me would be who I'd use in a capacity in the new DCU to tie everything together into some giant event. Is what is I don't know if that's a really not a good use of the character or not, but it could be a way to introduce him because he seems like he's got that ability, and maybe the Arrowverse version is why I'm thinking about that, and maybe that's a very not correct version of how the Spectre is. But he seems like he has the ability to watch over everybody in events and whatnot, but I could be wrong.
He's definitely a character you should check out. And Midnight, and going over to MCU, because I made a couple for MCU too. I like the fact that they started doing the special presentations, because Werewolf by Night was literally, if we're going like short style like that, not series wide style, that was one of the best things Marvel had put out in a bit, was the Werewolf by Night. And I love the fact that they went back and did it in color, because not only could Eddie watch it, but Jenna could watch it too.
Yeah.
I would love for them to continue Batman Beyond as a cartoon. For me, it doesn't have to be live action. I know people, like Nope said, they want it, but we're not going to get everything live action. So if they were going to do it animated, I would be very, very happy with that. But I had some ones that I did a short for not too long ago. Doesn't have to be a series, can be the special presentation. Team Red. I want to see Ryan Reynolds, Tom Holland, Charlie Cox all in the same thing. Team Red was only done one time in the comics, and it was a Unalive Kings, because I know how YouTube feels about a certain word. It was called Unalive Kings. There was that, and then the Howling Commandos. And I know there's a Nick Fury in the Howling Commandos, but there's a monster version, and I don't think I've ever seen it in comics. I saw it on an episode of Ultimate Spider-Man, and it was Blade in the Howling Commandos that had Man Thing and Werewolf by Night, who was the actual leader, the Living Mummy, Frankenstein's monster, and I think that was it. But I mean, that was a dope monster team, and that could be like the answer to Creature Commandos if they wanted to go that route. But again, it wouldn't have to be a whole series. It could be, just introducing more monsters, and that would tie into Werewolf by Night, obviously, because Werewolf by Night had Jack Russell and had Man Thing, which Man Thing just still makes me mad about them canceling Swamp Thing, which was a great horror show that everybody should watch on Tubi. I'm pushing that thing again. Because I'm going back and watching that. A lot of good stuff on Tubi. Not a sponsor. We're not sponsored by anything, but a lot of good stuff if you've never checked out Tubi. A couple of commercials, but other than that, it's fine. Was watching Toxic Crusaders to fall asleep to last night. It was great. But I've always thought to myself, we have all these streaming services. Why has nobody utilized that though? Do a movie and then do a series in between, or have something that ties in. Yeah, it was Howling Commandos of Shield. It was like I said, it was awesome, because even though it was called Blade in the Howling Commandos, Werewolf by Night was the leader. Blade was kind of like the Batman of that group. He didn't really want to be in it, but he was in it. but it's a really good episode. I was actually a fan of Ultimate Spider-Man. The Disney Marvel cartoon stuff that tied together, I thought that was done really well. I was a big fan of it. See, but the thing is, Eddie, a lot of their horror characters kind of tie together, or at least that's how they make it seem. Oh, it is a comic, huh? I went to look for it, and I couldn't find. Maybe I was looking up. Maybe that's why I wasn't looking up Howling Commandos of Shield. But I couldn't find a comic. I'm gonna have to look that up because that's an interesting team. Well, Ed, let me ask you something then, boss. In Marvel, what is a monster one you would like them to do? Like forget that Sony did Morbius, but again, I don't know how it works with cartoons because cartoons they can use Spider-Man, but I don't know if it would work the same as they tie together and fight each other. Well, okay. Yeah, like would you want to see a Morbius? Yeah, nope, let me tell you this about Agents of Shield. Agents of Shield for me was if people made it to a certain point, Agents of Shield took off and it was a great show. But there were a lot of delays because they had to tie it into Captain America Winter Soldier. And then oh, it's all connected. And then you got Lady Sif, you got a couple of cameos. One of the bigger cameos or biggest cameos they had was Samuel L. Jackson. But that was a show that whenever Marvel said it's all connected, I'm like loosely because your TV and your movie division don't
Yeah,
they don't
all they ever do is reference the Battle of New York. That's the only thing they do for any of it because they didn't even put the Defenders really in that universe until now.
Yeah.
So
like that round guy that'd be another one. Ed, how about that? How about if they used Marvel's Dracula? Maybe they did like a Tomb of Dracula special. I'm really interested in what y'all would want to see special wise on either. It could either be Marvel or DC. Like we're just having a fan thing going on. 100%. 100%. Chamber of Chills, Frankenstein Monster, Tomb of Dracula.
I'm going to tell you, no. If you want to hear something really good with Chloe Bennett, listen to her speak Mandarin.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. Pretty nice.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Yeah, and nope, I agree with that. I don't think you should miss out because you don't watch a show. But let's say they do like a random mission for Green Arrow. That Green Arrow introduces like that Green Arrow show would introduce us to Green Arrow, but then he'd be put in a movie. Something like that, to where if you didn't watch the show, you still get to see the guy show up in a movie and it'd still be a surprise to people. Like trying to tie too many things together, I think they're giving up kind of on the idea of the movies and the comics and video games and all this other stuff tying together. I think at first he was going to, James said something about them trying to do that. I think they might be giving up on trying to tie video games in. I think that'd just be a little too much in my personal opinion. New Warriors would be a cool one for Marvel to do.
Lobo for DC.
See, a Lobo special though. Just specials.
With you know who is Lobo.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you this, man. I know there's a lot of people out there that maybe don't want to see him. No, not for me, y'all.
That's
Jason Momoa should be Lobo. He should have been Lobo from the beginning.
Yeah. He was already Aqua Lobo, so let's just give us Lobo.
Yeah. That New Warrior, like I said, New Warriors be a good one. I said, when it comes to horror comics in Marvel and DC, I'm not that well versed on.
When it comes to horror comics outside of Marvel and DC, we're there.
Yeah, we're there with that. There's plenty. There's plenty there.
Yeah.
Lobo automatic R rating. Yeah, I think we're starting to come to the
Yeah.
point where we realize there are some characters. I understand that there's a lot of people that are not big fans of the R rating for characters. I understand that. I understand, not liking that. I get it. This is one of those things where I think that certain characters benefit from the R rating.
Yeah, 'cause
And
to me, you can't do Red Hood without it being R.
yeah, Red Hood's a little too violent. Like I don't necessarily need an R-rated Batman or an R-rated Flash or Aquaman or anything like that. Maybe if they had done that Trench movie they were going to with the Trenchers, Mojo verse with Longshot. Longshot's a cool character too. I saw he's more of a name. Sean, was it you and I that thought Patrick Wilson made a better Aquaman than Orm?
Yep. He
Okay,
looks just freaking like Aquaman.
yeah. I think Patrick Wilson. Did I say Patrick Wilson?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought I said Peter Wilson for some reason, but yeah,
Yeah.
Patrick Wilson,
Yeah.
the guy that played Orm.
Yep.
I thought he made a better Aquaman.
That is so true.
But going back to the R rating thing, what is it? Okay, I'm gonna answer that. I'm gonna answer that in just a second, and it's kind of it's a funny story. As far as the R rating goes, there are certain characters I think benefit. I think honestly, Venom would have been a better fit if it had stayed with the R rating. Well, and you can push the what they're doing with PG-13 nowadays, Johnny. I could see that. I think more of that would be a language thing. Like they could make it PG-13. I just think that they might benefit from that R rating just to let the violence slide. And Richard, for the time of Smallville, yes, Alan Ritchson was a great Aquaman. Okay, the 840 in my name. So I'm a huge wrestling fan. I don't watch it as much as I used to as a kid, but I had been a huge wrestling fan forever. Me and my buddy at the time, my high school buddy, we made up a team called the High Flyers. It was and round guys got it right. It was 420 times two because we were high flyers like marijuana, but it was also for the style of wrestling, high flying. And so the Mr. 840 was I would get twice as high as the other guys. But I meant that in a wrestling, like it was just like a double entendre, stupid thing we did as kids. I had a finishing move and everything, but I kept it. I just, I've had it since I was like 15. It's just a nickname I gave myself. Nobody calls me this. It's just a thing I use for wrestling games and what I use for, I use for the interwebs.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, yeah, Johnny, we were talking about that. Lobo and a Deadpool are R-rated. Yeah, no, I get you, Ed. It's a drug reference. It's not really a drug reference. It's just a play on, like the whole shtick was we were some stoner guys. That's all it was. That was the whole thing. Like all our finishing moves were named after things like that. But it just stuck because I liked it. It was around the time where you had Taz. He took Austin 316 and made it 632, which is actually the number I gave Sean because Sean's twice the man, and I mean that in a good way.
Yeah, I wasn't always this big.
And Ed, I agree 100% with you on Deadpool. Now Ryan himself doesn't try to promote Deadpool to kids. He doesn't. He has actors that he's worked with that are children that have seen the movie. And I mean, that is to me, that's a parental thing. You know, my parents, when I was a kid, I basically could watch any movie they could. That's hilarious.
The joint.
It was it for UFC. It was Jay the Fire Burns in the UFC games. But you know, my parents let me watch whatever they watched. You know, to an extent, and I hope I don't have to say what that extent is. But I watched. I mean, I was watching Beverly Hills Cop when I was very young. RoboCop, all those things. Get get it. The joint burns. Jesus. Strong. Let's see. Need to be R is a strong thing to say. I would say Swamp Thing is more of a need to be R than Red Hood. Well, I'm not saying that Red Hood would need to be rated R. I just think that it might benefit. And it's fine if you disagree with me. Like totally fine. But my point is I don't think that there's a lot of characters that need to be rated R. There are some that they want to make rated R that I don't think should be. Um, Swamp Thing, again, that show that they put out is very R rated. In fact, I think it was TVMA when they put it out. But yeah, you know, again, Red Hood could absolutely be PG-13. It wouldn't have to be R. There's certain characters like Lobo. Lobo, I think 100% would have to be rated R. Like they could do a PG-13 one. I just don't think it would do as well. Because I think we're getting to a point where there's a lot of folks now that enjoy having those R-rated characters. And you know, they're not for everybody, and like I tell everyone, if it's not for you, then it's not for you.
See, and I think that's a lot of the reason why they don't press the rated R thing,
Yeah.
so that they can't get kids in there. It's fair.
Right, but there's also certain characters that I don't think movie-wise should be for kids. It's like there's been a lot of Spawn books I've read. I would never let a kid read. There's one that I read not too long ago that was Spawn, and I was like, it got me a little bit. And yeah, Johnny, if they go that way, awesome. It's one of those things. We have a feeling that he's coming, but nothing's been confirmed yet.
Yeah, like
And yeah,
Jason hasn't been alienated from the DCU.
and yes, I don't see. I don't think it alienates kids from comics. I also believe that there's a lot of kids nowadays that, like me, their parents take them to go see the R-rated movies. And again, that's a parent thing. That's up to them. What a parent lets their child watch is completely their call. But I think you can also have lighter stuff and harder stuff. That's why we have Marvel has the Max line. That's why DC has the Black Label and the Vertigo, because there's Batman Black Label stuff, but there's also children's Batman books. I think that the R rating alienates them from the movies 100%. I don't think it does comic wise. And everyone, you're absolutely free to disagree with me on that. Like, trust me, there's not going to be any. Well, you're blocked, you're banned. There's not going to be any of that because I appreciate your opinions. So you know, if you disagree with me on that, we can disagree on that. It's totally fine. But now that we've gone through the DC max expectations, how many kids wearing Deadpool costumes? Kids shouldn't even know who Deadpool is. Well, as far as movies go, they wouldn't know who he is. Deadpool, the character himself, is that's like Deathstroke. You know, and again, Ed, if you feel like if you feel that way about it, then that's how you feel, boss. Like I'm not going to try to change your mind on it at all. But it's one of those like if I saw a kid wearing a Deathstroke the Terminator or just a Terminator, to me, they shouldn't know about those characters either. But you see a cool costume hanging up when you're a kid, especially when it's not supposed to be one you're allowed to read or see. I mean, me as a kid, I wanted to do the exact thing that would my parents would be like, nah, just to see how far I could push them. And I would definitely, yes, I would definitely suggest Animal Man for a kid friendly Deadpool. I read a couple of his things. Yeah, him or Booster. I don't know why I feel like Booster would be a good character to go that way too. But yeah, Ed. I mean, especially nowadays, man. There's not too much kids aren't going to know. I mean, that's the unfortunate thing. There's plenty of things that I don't think kids should know about that they do. But I mean, that's unfortunately that is the world we live in today. Information is just too easy to get on things.
But the main thing, though, when it comes to Max, is James and Peter need to utilize it as much as they can to expand the universe, not just keep everything cinematic.
Yeah. That and Ed once again, I don't disagree with you on that, but Marvel does have the lines that do push the hard R stuff. Like they do have those comics. But I completely understand what you're saying, boss. Like I'm definitely not trying to argue with you or anything. Like I your stance is your stance. And I don't think kids should be watching Deadpool either. And see, and Johnny, I think that's a good point because this is almost the same. Deadpool has been in a lot of the cartoons too, so that might also be why.
Yeah, but I think when they put him in an animated show like that, they give you the type of character that you need. Because the one, what was it? Is Ultimate Spider-Man where they have the
Will
big,
Friedle,
yeah,
yeah,
but that's a very kid-friendly Deadpool. So, because yeah, but more so than the movies. They like, I think that's what they do for those. I'd imagine if you got Lobo as Lobo, you probably wouldn't really want kids to see that.
that's true.
So, I think it's just if you can use them situationally correct, it can work. Because Deadpool's humor can appeal to anybody as long as he's not doing some of the big language stuff.
Yeah, no, and Eddie, as always, dude, and everybody here, just know this. Please voice your opinion. You are not going to be shouted down or dogpiled here. Like if there's something that bothers you, don't ever be afraid to think nothing's going to happen. I want to hear your opinions on things. About a 33-inch flame. Thank you, Randy. The kid sees him in the anime show, and I get that, but at that point, and I'll be done with it too. Again, brother, you're fine. I love hearing your opinion. You know this. But at that point, again, it's up to the parent to decide whether they want their kid to see that or not. Like that's all it is. And to be honest, as a former child myself,
Former?
um, well, I'm still pretty childish. If I wanted to see something and my parents had told me no, which again, my parents were very like, as long as you don't repeat this stuff, we don't really care. Um, I would see it anyway. Like if there was something I wasn't supposed to see or something like that. Like the one thing that they did try to stop me from was Friday or not Friday 13th, sorry, Nightmare on Elm Street movies. And that's because I got so scared of them as a kid that they didn't want me watching them. That was the one kind of rated R thing they weren't too keen on me watching, but I still ended up watching them. Well, they're always going to do that, and they're always going to market superhero stuff, anti-hero stuff to kids because that's just capitalism, I guess. But I trust me, brother. I hope you understand. I get where you're coming from, 100%. I do. I honestly do. I get where you're coming from with that. What? All right. So the next thing that we were going to talk about was, since we're talking about expectations of things, I wanted to get into the topic of subverting expectations. When does it work? When does it not work? And when does just keeping the expectations the same? Yeah, I get it. I get it. Keeping you're good, man. You're good.
Okay, let's talk about those. There we go.
We'll,
He brought that
we'll
up.
we'll talk about that, and then we'll get to the expectations thing because that's actually a part of this. So the Thunderbolts trailer, I didn't hate it, and I'm not going to hate on it because again, I haven't seen it. I can't make a decision on the movie itself. It feels like a paint by numbers Marvel movie with a said it anyway, squad twist. We're not monetized. I think we'll be fine. Uh, it had the humor at wrong points to me. There was the classic alternative rock song that they did a remix for. Big explosions. It just felt like we're just going to take the DC group, do it with Marvel characters. But who knows? I could be wrong. We could all be wrong, and it could be a good movie. I haven't watched Falcon and Winter Soldier aside from like 2 episodes, and I really need to.
Well, you didn't think that? I thought the line where he's like, "Is that Winter Soldier?" He's so cool. I thought that was actually pretty well timed.
There was some funny parts in it, but it's the typical Marvel banter. Like you could replace any character that was in that trailer. They could have made that an Avengers trailer. And yeah, David Harbour. I really like David Harbour.
I'm gonna say, yeah, I enjoy David Harbour as pretty much anything.
I don't dislike these characters. I don't. I just feel like we're getting out of multiverse stuff. So let's just do team up stuff all the time. You know what, Johnny? I'm gonna agree with you on that. I don't think it was necessarily because they lost Gunn, but I'm gonna agree that it does feel like a copy. It does feel like, we did the Black Widow movie. To me, if we were gonna do a Black Widow movie, they should have done it with a Hawkeye movie way back. Yeah. And Round Guy, I actually liked that Hellboy. It wasn't my favorite, but I haven't watched The Crooked Man yet either. But I kind of like David's look a little bit more than the one.
Excuse me. I'll say this though, I didn't know that there was a comic until I bought the trade for that. The Crooked Man.
Yeah.
I've got that here. So the only guy I'm not feeling from Thunderbolts is the fake Captain America guy.
John Walker?
Yeah, not feeling that dude at all. Like in any clip I've seen him in, I'm just not digging what they're doing there.
It's one of those you'd had to have watched. And like I said, we didn't watch all the Falcon and Winter Soldier, but John Walker ends up becoming U.S. agent. And I know of U.S. Agent, so I get what they're going for with the character, who happens to be Wyatt Russell, who happens to be Kurt Russell's son, who I think is a phenomenal actor. I think the guy's a really good actor. Like, I've enjoyed him in things, but it feels, I don't know. It just feels like they could have done something else. They could have, instead of doing Thunderbolts, they could have done Secret Avengers or something like that. Like, I don't know. It kind of feels like how Marvel's also going to be doing Young Avengers. How all of these characters that are in this movie have either showed up in movies or TV shows, except for Bob. Bob is the one character in this thing that I am actually excited to see what they do with him, and I'm hoping they treat him a little bit better than they did Warlock, the Adam Warlock, and Ultron.
Just like I hope, because didn't they cast Sentry
Yeah,
recently?
that's who Bob. That's who Bob is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because everything I have seen of him, Sentry better be awesome.
Yeah.
As for the other trailer, because I watched them both back to back right before we came on the air, so that I had their opinion.
Mhm.
I chuckled at the Thunderboy. Wow, shows how well I'm taking it serious.
It's
I
Thunder Boy.
Yeah, I was chuckling through the Thunderbolts trailer. I thought it was kind of funny, but Captain America, this is probably the first time where I've actually been excited to see the movie because the trailer actually looked decent on this one. Because I'll go out and say this for anybody, and Jay knows my opinion, but the Fantastic Four teaser left me very underwhelmed, and which stinks because I want it to be really good, and I hope it's really good. I'm gonna go see it, but I'm coming from the background of I'm one of those people that really thought the two Fantastic Four films from the 2000s were good. I don't care what anybody else says; they're not changing my mind. Those two films were good, so they've got a lot to live up to here, especially Pedro Pascal. As much as I like the guy, a Reed Richards, he is not to me. So he's going to need to Heath Ledger the heck out of me
Yeah.
for this to work. Everybody else, I don't know anything about the girl playing Susan. So much so that I can't remember her name. But everybody else to me was absolutely spot on cast.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping we get a Superman teaser with something. Johnny, I'm with you on that, but it's one of those. Marvel almost always feels like they're out the gate with doing something before DC does. There's been very seldom a time I can remember where Marvel didn't beat DC to it, or if DC dropped something, Marvel would drop something even bigger right on top of them.
And also, Round Guy, totally agree. I've read several Hellboy comics, and I can honestly say I've never read a bad one. And every story is very different from the other, including there was that one where we read that was like Kid Hellboy.
Yeah.
That one series we read a little bit, but yeah, all Hellboy I agree has been extremely consistent. Oh Jesus!
Okay, yeah, you got
There's a part of me that as much as I know James is confident and he's trying to hype everything up, I still think James is very nervous about how people are going to perceive this first Superman teaser. And I think, and I agree with Jay because Jay said this once a few weeks back. I think he's saving it for whatever this big comic event in Brazil is. Was it D23 or whatever it's called?
D23 is the Disney
Okay,
thing.
but there's
This was like
isn't there like a big Brazilian Comic Con coming
C,
soon?
CXXP or something like that. I can't remember. Oh yeah, well, see, Johnny, I don't know if they hadn't been shooting something before or not, because that teaser was They had to have had something shot, unless they just got the actors together and shot a teaser, because there's parts of that that. Thank you, Johnny. There we go. CCXP.
Yeah.
Well, you know, here's the thing I'll say about that. It always amazes people when I tell them I love the Snyder stuff. But here's what I'm gonna say: if there's anybody that watches this on the rewind and they're just hardcore Snyder, it's Snyder or nothing. Here's what I'm gonna tell you. As much as I love the Snyderverse, it's over. It's not coming back, and we've got to get to a point, or you've got to get to a point where you just move on. It's done. As somebody who loved the Snyderverse, I would have loved to see it continue. It's done. I don't think necessarily it's going to just be the Snyder folks that are making him nervous. Even if you take Snyder out of the equation, this is a movie unlike anything he's done before. He is used to doing things like Guardians or Slither or Super. This is Superman. This is not Star Lord where you can change his origin. Like,
See, I thought Aquaman was good, Johnny. I haven't seen the second one, but I thought the first Aquaman was actually very good.
no, that's my whole point to everything. A lot of us in this chat probably didn't think when we were younger we were ever going to live in an age where we have this much superhero content. I've been a nerd my entire life. If you would have told 5-year-old little Jay, who's still little but older, one day you are going to have to decide what you want to watch because there's so much content. There's so much superhero content. We should be embracing that. We should be loving it. The fact that we get people who hate on things, you know, the fact that we keep people hate, we're going to hate on a dude who, even if you didn't enjoy his movies, and I'm talking about Gunn, I'm not talking about Snyder, there are people out there that just don't even want to give him a chance. And let's be honest with each other. I'm going to be really frank, really honest with y'all. Snyder got the same crap when people found out he was doing Man of Steel. If you didn't like Snyder before, you weren't going to like this. Just like if you didn't like Ben Affleck's acting, you weren't going to like him as Batman. The point of this channel, the thing I've said from the beginning is, this is a positive place. We need to be positive. If there's anybody in here that wants negative and wants drama, there are other channels on YouTube that'll do that for you. I don't want to hate on anything. I'm not going to hate on anything. If I go into this Superman movie, being the Superman fan that I am, and it does not click with me, I know it's going to click for somebody, and that's going to be somebody's first Superman. And if they love it, that's the whole point. Is to make Superman fans. That's the whole point to me. If I go into this movie and I don't like it, that's all you're going to hear me say. I'm not going to rant about it. I'm not going to talk about how horrible it was. Nothing. Because there's going to be other people that are going to spend months making the same video about how much they hate it. I don't want to be that channel. I don't want to be that person. I want to love every comic book thing. There is stuff that I love that I know people just, they hate. And it's fine. What I like doesn't have to be something you like. And I want folks to understand that. You may like something that I don't. And that's perfectly fine because that's something you like. I want people to be excited. You can be cautiously optimistic about what's going on. You don't have to just jump and be like, James Gunn is the second coming of Christ. You don't have to be like that. I know. I'm getting fired up, Randy. I'm trying not to. But it's things like this that upset me because we have so much negativity in our space. Nerds and comic fans have fought for this stuff for years, and now that we're getting it, it feels like there are people that just want to crap on it all the time. and I loved Henry Cavill as Superman. I have said that so many times. Loved him. But I'm telling you right now, Tyler Hoechlin from Superman and Lois has overtaken that from me. I never thought that would happen. But I love the character of Superman. I don't have a Superman I don't like. There's plenty of people that don't like certain Superman, and I know that. I know that. But me, I love the character so much. I'm so biased on him. And Johnny, I need to check that out because I would I am a gun fan. Like there's sometimes I question things, and there are people that think, well, you must not be a fan of his. No, I'm a big James Gunn fan, but I'm also a Snyder fan, and I can find problems with both. And that's the whole thing. We are so far off topic from what we were going to be talking about tonight, but that's fine because I love talking to y'all. And eventually, I'll let Sean get a word in. He's just going to let me sit here and rant this entire time. Yeah, yeah.
Our age group. How old do you think we are?
Randy knows how old I am. We are young.
I don't know about that. I feel like I'm 41 going on 80.
And Randy, I can tell you this, man. I to this day, can pop in either Kirk Allen, George Reeve, or Christopher Reeves. I can pop in that any of those Superman, especially Superman 78. And it still amazes me. I still get that feeling when I was a kid when I see him in the fortress for the first time in the suit. The first time he flies and he banks. And I still feel like I believe a man can fly from that movie. Like, I will always love that movie. There's nothing about that movie that somebody's going to be like, well, it's from the 70s, so no. You kidding me?
There's only one Superman thing that I just can't get into, and that's the Dean Cain one.
See, and the thing about the New Adventures of Lois and Superman was the chemistry between the two of them was literally one of the best. Like, that's in the top tier of as far as the chemistry between characters go. But I get it, though. I get it. Yeah, Nicholas Hammond with the rope. Was that the one with the ropes? I'm trying to remember because there's some old Spider-Man stuff that I saw back, reruns, obviously. But I remember one where he had like ropes. Crypto's a super dog. He shouldn't get hurt.
Don't go watching that episode of Titans where you get to see Crypto and Connor take on whatever group that is.
Yeah. See, like when I talk about I watch anything superhero stuff, I've been watching. It's a mix between Greatest American Hero. You want to talk about the show that's cheesy? Greatest American Hero. Incredible Hulk with Bill Bixby. I watched that all the time. Loved the episode that had Thor and Daredevil made an appearance, and that was supposed to spin off into a Daredevil show, but never did.
Oh, man. What's up, Stevie?
Hey, Stevie. Let's watch Supergirl tomorrow. That one is one that I've been told I need to read, and I do. And I'm excited to read it. I know nothing about that particular version of Supergirl. The ones that I know have been like, I want to say in one of the Death of Superman comics, Supergirl was actually like a shape shifting alien, and they used her to, when people thought Clark was dead, that they found Clark in rubble, and they had the Supergirl alien, like, was Superman.
Yeah.
Pretty good, man. We're very off topic from what we were going to be talking about, but it's okay because always love talking about what the chat wants to talk about. Just waiting for Sean to tell me to shut up and say something.
I don't know what, because unfortunately I have to sit here because I don't know most of what we're talking about.
Oh, Stevie.
Lord. Go ahead, Jay. Tell him. Just tell him.
Tyler Hoechlin has become my favorite Superman Clark live action of all time. Very close to Henry, but he still beats out Henry. Now, I'm not talking about Christopher Reeves. Okay, he gets his own category. But as far as like newer, Tyler Hoechlin is my favorite Superman Clark of all time. Um, the Lex that they have for this show is almost beating Rosenbaum for me.
Yeah. And I haven't had enough experience with Smallville to rank Rosenbaum above him, but Kudlitz is absolutely destroying it.
Dude, it's a fantastic show. It feels like it. It feels like it wasn't a CW show. Like they canceled all the other CW shows to put the budget into this. It feels like every episode is like a movie.
Well, that's a good thing because Max needs to be sustainable because they really need to make sure that these whatever shows and presentations they do for DC on Max need to be top tier. And I'm gonna tell them right now, if a CW show or a CW universe can do what they did, period, on their budget, because we all know CW's budget is not the biggest, then Max with WB backing, those shows should be even better. Like in my head, I'm trying to imagine what would the same storytelling and whatnot of Superman and Lois be if they had like a Max budget.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So, because I mean, the Doomsday fight that they did all throughout the first episode was like, holy crap. I'm still surprised though that they went as far as they did and showed as much of Clark after the fight that they did. Not like just bare, but how much of that they actually. I was a little surprised. So, oh, that's good.
Hello, dear wife. Thank you for tuning in.
CW Flash was better than the Flash movie. I agree. But the CW Flash, though, after you get past season 4 or 5, does become a little hard to watch.
Yeah.
Because it basically just became Team Flash with an appearance from Flash.
Yeah. We are the Flash. You get tired of hearing that after a while.
Yeah.
But there's also, Arrow was really good for a couple of seasons.
Yep.
It was still good in the seasons that were bad, but there were things that were happening like they couldn't use or do certain things because of the movies. And then you get tired of you get tired of Felicity. Like I loved Felicity when the show began, but then I just got tired of her. It felt like she spent one season doing nothing but crying. So far though, Superman has been exactly, Johnny. Superman and Lois has been consecutively great every episode to me.
I think that's the most redeeming quality about that show.
Yeah. Like I am very sad that it's ending, but also I think about I had 10 seasons of Smallville. Was there a season or two they could have chopped out of there? Yeah, there was. But the great thing that Smallville did was, and I've talked about this before, is they will plant a seed in season 2 that showed up in like season 9 and ended up tying back. Like they're very good with the writing that way. Yep. There you go. Nope, I agree with that wholeheartedly. It started getting too crowded in the Arrow Cave. Sean, what had Randy asked earlier, and I've been wondering myself, have outside of the Wonder Woman and Superman, have you read anything else lately?
Let me think. I know I read. Let's see.
Yes, Stevie. That right there, Stevie. That's what did it for me. Like I liked him from when he was on Supergirl, but when he did that in his own show,
No, not really. I haven't done a whole lot of reading. Not gonna lie. I've not done a crap ton of it.
that's fine. You know, the only reason most of the time I read is because I got to do it for work.
Admittedly, I'll go ahead and put this out there. I'll bring it down a little bit, but we're going to come right back up from it. And Jay can attest to it. I've not been in the best headspace for the last few months. And my biggest problem that Jay and Jenna will attest to from knowing me for so long, when I get there, even the things that I like, I avoid it like the plague for some stupid reason, knowing that it can help cheer me up. So that's why I haven't read as much. So doing the lives that we're doing now and the reading that I am starting to do again is helping. So it's just I got to remind myself that, yeah, okay, everybody goes through a downfall, but keep doing the stuff you like because that's what makes you happy. So I will get to reading more, and as I do, I'll talk about it. But the absolute stuff is most of what I've read. I mean, if you want to count Cupid, that I read, when we got that. A few other things. Oh, I'll give you all a quick review. Something's Killing Children #0. Good prequel. That it basically takes place just before the Archer's Peak storyline, which is where Something Kills the Children starts. That's issue for anybody who hasn't read it. That's the Archer's Peak storyline is the first 3 or 4 I think it's 3 volumes. So the first 15 issues are all the Archer's Peak storyline. So Jay asked that question last night. It's like, yeah, it is very much a prequel. And it's the first time I've seen an Azure mask used so far in the series. But I'm also 15 issues behind on the series. I got collected all the way up to 29 or 30, but I haven't read to that point. See, and everybody has talked about Sweetie Candy Vigilante. And I remember reading one, and I was kind of like, oh, God. Where was I? Oh, gosh.
Sweetie Candy Vigilante.
Yeah. I was a little on that, but then I remember reading a second issue, and then I just stopped. But everybody loves that book.
Yeah.
Know nothing really much about Captain Marvel, but God, I feel like there's something else though that I have read recently, and I just can't think. Oh, of course, anything that Alan's thrown our way, all of Alan's stuff. Final Girl Next Door, Horse in Hell issues 1 and 2. Mm-hmm. I guess I'll use this time to show this off real quick. This little gem, which is for anybody who doesn't know, this is an NYCC exclusive No Heroin Ashcan for Volume 2, signed by Frank and the entire creative team. This series, Jay will tell you about the first volumes, the first run. They're good. This second volume is going to be top-notch. Love Frank, love his writing.
And while you are talking about that, I still have it in here. I'm going to post the link in the chat. Make sure you go check that out. there are covered colors. They're not all black and white. That's
It's
just
got,
one.
all right, here you go, Eddie. It's person skulls. Your favorite thing, dude.
And a middle finger.
And a middle finger. There you go. Oh, okay.
There we go.
But yeah, that's. I'm gonna start getting back into a lot more reading. The Absolute Universe has kind of got me in. Pretty much all the bad bug stuff. We know that. I've read very little of. I haven't read a lot of the new Valiant stuff. The couple like I've read one really good book, but then the other one that was like the anthology with Punk Mambo, Shadow Man, and whatnot. That one was. I'm agreeing with you. It was a little lukewarm for me.
Yeah, see, I didn't read that one. Dan read that one.
Okay, I did read it. I was a little lukewarm on it. But yeah, I'll get back into it because there's been some stuff now for me that is review worthy, especially now that Jay shared some of his digital comics with me because we've got a nice growing digital library here.
Yeah, and I had asked. Stevie, you're gonna ask. Yeah,
got another one for you, Ed. The newest volume, issue 1 of Where Monsters Lie.
Yes, that was really good.
I read recently. That was a series I'm super excited about.
Yeah, Stevie, you're gonna have a lot of those moments in the show, man. I'm telling you, the fact that it was on CW still astounds me with what they did with it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I had asked Sean during Nancy's show because I read the Zero, and here's what I'm going to tell y'all. I am somebody who missed the boat on Something Is Killing the Children. Like Jenna read it first; she brought a trade home.
Yeah.
Then Sean read it, and then by the time I was going to get to it, she had to take the trade back because she had just borrowed it from the store. So I never got into it, and then later on during when we still had in stores this week, I got to read like issue 24. I could see why people liked it, but then I kind of fell off of it. There was a little too much near the back end, so I'd never read the first part of this story.
Yeah.
So when I read this, somebody asked me, and I can't remember if it was Ed or not. Somebody asked me in that chat when I read it on Minute to Skim It, is this a prequel? I didn't know, but it kind of felt that way. But I made sure when I was on Nancy's show, though, I was like, hey, Sean, will you read this and let me know if this was a prequel or not? He's like, yeah, it was a prequel.
Yeah. Yep. And I'm kind of curious because it feels like that Tinian and team did that issue for a specific reason. And I think it was to set up whomever that Azure Mask character is, because I think he's going to start coming into the main storyline now. And then, as much as I'm into it, Jenna has read much more of the other stuff. Like she read the book, I think, that tells you what all the masks are, which I need to read that because supposedly in their universe, dragons exist. So I'm very curious if that's something that's going to come at some point.
Well, I mean, if monsters can exist, I don't see why dragons couldn't. But I'm gonna have to look up Control Freak, Johnny, because I don't know that character. But I'm gonna look that up. Now, the original topic we were going to be talking about was subverting expectations, and I had some examples. And my examples of properly subverting expectations was The Boys. What happens on The Boys show is almost nothing like it is in the comics. And I think that's for the betterment of the show. I actually think that the show is better than the comics. Now, a way that it didn't work for me was I tried to watch Inhumans. And spoiler alert for anybody who didn't watch Inhumans, but they did show it in trailers and stuff. They cut off Medusa's hair. Medusa's hair is her power. So I'm not exactly. Did they run out of budget and decide, hey, we can't do CGI hair anymore? That was a one that really got me. Now, one show that hasn't really subverted expectations, it's kind of kept them the same, pretty close to the comics, but they're speeding up events. Is Invincible. Um, well, that too, but Invincible has been a show that I've been waiting for a long, ever since I started reading the comic. And we were supposed to be getting a movie, at least that's what was being said. But right now, I'm very good right now with the series that's on. They do have a plan to go for a while because if folks don't know, Invincible is like 25 plus volumes and was a story that ran for at least a decade, if not longer. So there's a lot of story for them to mine through. Um, but that's a way where you sped up the events, but you didn't subvert the expectations. Subverting the expectations to me works sometimes. Like I said, with the examples that I gave you, the biggest one to me where I have to be that person, be like, yeah, I don't even think I would like it if I watched it, was when Gears of War 4 was coming out. Um, Ed, and I forget his last name, from Epic Studio, or I don't think they were Epic at the time. I can't remember what they. Maybe that's when Rod Ferguson, that was his name. Where did I get Ed from? I don't know. Rod Ferguson was like, yeah, we're going to be doing a Gears of War movie finally. I've been waiting for this freaking movie since 2006 or something. Okay, it's been in development hell forever. Uh, Netflix finally has the rights now, so we'll see. But when Gears 4 released, they were talking about this movie. And they're like, oh, well, we're going to make it an alternate universe of this planet. And, it's not even going to be, it's not going to be Delta Squad, which is the squad everybody's been waiting for. So my first thought was, why would you do that? You haven't even made one movie. You've had comics, books, which we have all of those, games, we have all of those. But you're going to make it an alternate universe? I get that worked with kind of, I guess, worked for what they did with the Star Trek movies, where George dies at the beginning of those Star Trek movies, and it's like an alternate timeline. I get that, but that's because we had Star Trek before. We didn't have, other than games, we didn't have Gears of War. There wasn't a show, there wasn't a movie, which again, a streaming service can utilize that, especially since it's now on Netflix. You do a season to kind of let everybody get used to the characters. Then you do the Netflix movie, and then you do another season, another movie, something like that. But I was like, why would you make an alternate universe of something that nobody, unless they played the games, had seen before? Why would you want to do, like, that's subverting expectations in that way is doesn't work for me. Would I have probably still have watched the movie? Probably, because if that was the only Gears of War movie I was going to get, that's what I'm going to get. Just like Bloodshot. I didn't hate Bloodshot, but it wasn't like, it didn't meet my expectations of what it should have been. I'm hoping that if Valiant can keep their stuff together, that we might, break back into the movies or something. And they recast. I love Vin Diesel, but not in the role that he was cast in as Bloodshot. And those are a couple of things, a couple of examples I have of where it works and where it doesn't work, and when you don't really need it. The biggest one I can think of to tell y'all, and I've probably told this story before because you know how I am about repeating myself. BVS was one of those for me. And the reason was, yes, that scene. I will I will definitely have to check that out, Johnny. Um, I will not defend that scene. I am not a writer. Okay. I think we all know the scene I'm talking about. Talking about the Martha scene. Here's my problem with that. If I was a writer, here's how I would have handled that. You have Batman. He's got Superman dead to rights. Clark Joseph Kent is not going to have his last words be save Martha. Batman already knows who he is. He's going to say my mom. And I exactly, Eddie. I cannot. Oh, Fable. I never blame Fable, and I only do this because it's you, or if it was Robbie, but Station, brother. Thank you. One collection down. Y'all make sure y'all check him out. Fable is awesome. Um, but what I would have done differently, okay, was Batman's got him dead to rights with that spirit. Exactly. I know. Just have him say "Save my mom." That alone would have like clicked with Batman. I have this god. I'm fixing to stab this dude. He's asking me to save his mother. For me, that would have gotten him. And then you had Lois run in like 10 seconds later anyway. Just have Lois run in, cover him, and be like, please. And then Batman's like, well, now we got a civilian putting her, her life at risk here. And then have her say something along the lines of, Lex kidnapped his mother. Please help him. Like, I'm not a writer. I'm pretty sure somebody could clean that up a lot better than I did. But as much as I love that movie, I cannot defend that scene. That to me was like, why would you do that? What writer? And I'm not trying to be negative, but there's a part of me that's like, what professional writer saw that scene and was like, you know what? Let's have them join forces because their moms have the same name. Let's let this whole gigantic battle stop for that. Again, I love the movie, but as much as a fan as I am of these movies, I can also pick out and criticize without, totally trashing the movie. But that scene right there could have been written so much better. You had the tools, you had Lois right there. That's one of my subverting expectations. You wanted to do this thing with the mom's names. It was just it does take you out, just like the beginning of the movie actually took me out a little bit. And I've talked about this before. It was the dream sequence with the bats circling Bruce and he starts levitating off the ground. When we were first watching that in the theater, I was like, okay, I don't know what they're doing here, but let's stop. Now, Sean, I know you've got some in your bank, bro. Let me know. Let's talk about it.
See, the hardest part about that is no, because you got to think about it. When it comes to comic book movies, Star Trek is about the only thing that I can give where I will have to subvert or whatever manage expectations. But when it comes to most comic book movies, for me, in some ways, ignorance has been bliss because it's allowed me to just take a movie for exactly what it is. Like, for instance, if you remember how I was with, I'm going to bring it up, it's going to trigger, but Civil War, you can remember how I was with that because I knew absolutely nothing about that whatsoever. Yeah. So that when I went back and read the books, I was like, oh, okay, I get it now. And so a lot of my stuff has been coming into it not knowing anything at all. Star Trek, for me, is where that can happen. Maybe, and I can't even use Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles because those comics have been going on for so long, but I have to do it with Star Trek. But at the same time, I've noticed when it comes to Star Trek movies or books, because I know so much of the history, it's allowed me to enjoy the books more than people have been. Like a lot of the newer stuff, if you remember, when I found out they were bringing Ben Sisko back, I was stoked
Yeah.
because I've been waiting 25 years for the continuation of that storyline. Um, so that for me is where I have to do it. As far as I will manage expectations when it comes to castings. Um, it's because of Heath Ledger that
Hmm.
that standard even exists. Batman versus Superman for me was more about, okay, how is Ben Affleck going to do as Batman, but also how is Gal Gadot going to do as Wonder Woman? And when they brought her in and that battle music that they've used for her, that's where I set my expectations low because I was like, I'm not really sure about Gal. I don't know if any of us were. And then she did that scene, and I'm like, y'all made her look fantastic. She was literally to me as strong as she needed to be, if not, and just more epic. Um, but yeah, that's a lot of where it is for me because being that I haven't read quite as much, I can go into things a little more open minded. But at the same time, if what they're teasing before a show, that's where it gets me. They did, yeah, they did use it way too much.
Yeah.
In the context, I think of that movie when they gave it to us, it worked. But every single time she goes into hero mode and is doing something awesome, you don't need to play the theme.
It, Firefly is a great show round guy. I don't know if there's going to be somebody that argues with you on that, but in Fable, I can see that. I will say this about the Transformers movies. I really liked the first one. It was very strange to me how the quality, like, I don't know, there's something about the CGI from the first one that didn't really follow the other ones. But it's basically, I really liked the first one, and I really dug Bumblebee. And I want to see Transformers 1. I think you said you weren't too. I can't remember if you said you weren't too wild about that one either. I'm not sure. I can't remember if that was you that said that. But I mean, and I can get it though. To me, the Transformers movies almost got to the point of like Godzilla's movies. You know, we don't care about the people. Give us the giant lizard. Give us the giant robots. The
Yeah,
people should be secondary.
Transformers 1 and 2 were good. And then when they did 3 and onward, it was like, ah. And then I agree with you. Bumblebee was a nice comeback to just to the universe, I think. And I still haven't watched whatever the newest one is. Uh,
Rise of the Beast, or is it Rise of the Beast?
I have no idea.
Hmm. I think it's the one where they introduced the like Optimus Primal and stuff.
Yeah.
Because that's when they spoiler alert the spoiler alert to tie it in with spoiler alert.
But
But
yeah,
I'm also not like a super humongous fan of Transformers. Like I watched the Generation 1 cartoon. Peter Cullen is my Optimus.
yep.
Like he always will be. Uh, and the 86 movie scarred me as a child, but I still love it. The 86 Transformers where just they massacre most of the Autobots. Uh, but yeah, Fable. I can totally see that, man. I can totally see that.
See, and another thing too. Well, I guess now we're kind of going on a question of what franchises started out great, and then they just seem to run them into the ground. Terminator is another thing I can go into for that.
Eddie, I would agree with you if Gina Carano could act.
I
I
am
mean,
I am not a
she
Gina
did
Carano fan.
she did better when she was in Mandalorian. I'll give you that. But funny story, she actually had a lot more lines in Deadpool, and they cut most of them out.
Yeah, she was Luke, and she was very kind of much a minority character in the one Fast and Furious movie.
I gotta kind of agree with Ed on that one. The Matrix.
But yeah, Someone like I can't think of some.
Oh,
I can't think of someone like Gina Carano though.
I got you. Sorry, boss. I misread that. My bad.
I mean, the closest thing you can get, Eddie, is they had Adrian Palicki, who was going to play Wonder Woman on the TV show. And there's a pilot that you can find that wasn't aired. That might have been a good one. Uh, but yeah,
Fable, I got to say, Back to the Future is one of my few exceptions. I
yeah,
can watch any of the Back to the Future movies. I own them, and if I saw them on TV or something, back when I had regular TV and not just streaming everything,
yeah.
I would watch it. I would turn it on and watch it. There is something about that franchise where I love all three movies. I love all three Back to the Future movies.
Yep. That's one of the original trilogies for me. More recently, during COVID, when y'all got me to watch Lord of the Rings, I think that's a 3-movie trilogy that stands on its own as well.
Oh, I didn't know we were gonna go. We were gonna go with the hardcore stuff
But
because I could also say Lord of the Rings. And if you want something in the future, I would like to do when we start, bringing people on the shows with us. I want to pick Eddie's brain about Lord of the Rings, y'all. Eddie has a wild Lord of the Rings story, and by all means, Ed, put that in the chat because I always love hearing you talk about it.
see,
Yeah,
I'm gonna go ahead and Round Guy's gonna hate me, dude. I am not the biggest fan of the original 3 Star Wars movies. For me, they're okay. Yes, I have the extended editions for all of Lord of the Rings and all of The Hobbit.
yeah. You should check. You should check for a name in the credits, boss. Cause it's Ed. Ed has his name. Ed has his name in the credits
Yeah.
for sure. He was a Lord of the Rings fan club. Like, I have to have Ed tell you the story, dude, but he's in the credits.
That's awesome.
And Fable, yes, I am so excited for that. You have no idea. I'm so excited to watch that.
Also, Eddie, if you want to talk about like WWE gals that could work as Wonder Woman, the closest one would be Charlotte Flair. She's got the build.
There you go. Original founding member of the Lord of the Rings fan club.
There we go.
Yeah, dude. He's
That's
he's
all.
got some stories, man. He's got some stories.
So awesome. Uh,
And Fable, I can see that again. I enjoyed them. I think that Lord of the Rings, that first trilogy was better, mainly for me because I am always a more practical over CGI kind of person. Like, you use CGI to help you, but not like, I don't know. There was something about the way that stuff was done in the first set of trilogies as opposed to The Hobbit that just worked more for me.
yeah,
I still enjoy them. I could still watch all the movies, but I get it.
yeah, I agree with that. That might be a subject we're gonna have to talk about. Is like some of the best trilogies of all time. We'll have to cover that soon.
And nope, you have no idea how many times I have touted to people. Look, even if you don't like the oh my goodness, the Force Awakens,
Pretty much any of the
the
newer.
newer ones, Rogue One to me is the exception. Rogue One to me was one of the best out of the newer Star Wars stuff that I've seen outside. And I'm not talking about Mandalorian or anything, obviously, but Rogue One, loved it, loved it.
I still haven't watched it.
Oh, it's so good, man. I mean, it's the funniest thing about the when they did the first three movies and we got to Revenge of the Sith, right? People hated on that because they didn't like how it ended. And I was like, "Y'all, this was a prequel trilogy about Anakin Skywalker becoming Darth Vader. How did you think it was going to end? It
Yeah,
wasn't going to be a happy note."
no, there was gonna be nothing about that was happy. But yeah. Well, okay. let's use your expectations thing, but let's bring it over to comics
Okay.
a little bit. So, and we'll use Superman for you.
Mhm.
Do you do that? Do you try to manage your expectations when it comes to coming into a new Superman series with as much
Yes.
as you have read? Okay.
Yes. Uh, Mainly because it's every writer is different. You know, there are sometimes that certain writers write things that I'm not a big fan of, and then they come on to Superman. I'm like, you know what? Let's see what they got.
Okay.
And sometimes they surprise me, and sometimes they don't. Like, you and I kind of we've talked about this before. We kind of enjoy some of the stuff that Jason Aaron has written.
Hmm.
There are other folks that are not Jason Aaron fans. They don't like anything that he writes. And coming into Absolute Superman, that was going to be a detriment for them.
Right.
Now, from what I've heard, they didn't dislike it, but they weren't as high on it as, like, say, you and I are.
Hmm.
That's like when I think it was it Action Comics 1000 was when I think Brian Michael Bendis started writing Superman. But then again, I like most of Brian Michael Bendis' writing, so I ended up enjoying his take on Superman. I don't collect a lot of single issues of things like most people know. I'm a one and give me the trade kind of person. I
Hmm.
haven't picked up any of those trades,
Yeah.
but that's just how I do it.
What
Uh,
What's an instance for you where you had pretty good expectations but you were let down when you read it?
this is gonna surprise a lot of people, but so one of the biggest Superman stories that everybody talks about was one that I hadn't read till I think last year, and that was All Star Superman. Now, I am not the biggest Grant Morrison fan, but I wanted to give it a chance because it's Superman, and everybody talks about it, and they're like, "How could you have not read this book?" And I'm like, "That's a good point." I read it, and while I didn't dislike All Star Superman, I want to make that clear. I think there are just better stories. I like elements of the story. Don't get me wrong. I know James Gunn talked about how he's taking inspiration from also, and I can see that because it's the hopeful element. Um, it's the hopeful element they're taking out. It Most people know this scene. They've probably seen this picture everywhere. It's the scene with the girl standing on the ledge, and Superman stays with her the entire time. That's a great scene.
Yeah.
I love that part of the book. Uh, for me, it wasn't my favorite thing that I've read. But that was also because I wasn't a huge Grant Morrison fan. And as far as Absolute Superman goes, Fable, I actually have that right underneath Batman. But you know, let me let me know. Hopefully, I'll catch you on PCP or something if you've read it by then. Let me know what you thought about it. I thought it was a really interesting story. I thought it was really good. I don't think any of them really have been weak to me though. Like I'm really high on this Absolute
Yeah,
stuff so far.
for sure. Uh, I can't really name a book specifically, but I can name a genre, and that's horror when it came to
Hmm.
comics because I'm so not really a horror movie guy. But when I needed to branch out and start reading different kinds of comics because reading all superheroes can get a little bland. When y'all were like, just try it, I'm like, all right. And now, personally, for me, I almost enjoy horror comics more than I do the superhero stuff. Uh, a lot of our favorite stories the last few years have not been superheroes. It's been horror books. It's been these, just these fantastical kind of stories. Um, I know that like God Country is one where I had where I had very low expectations going into it. The trade had a good story synopsis on the back of it, but if you remember, I was very crappy when it came to art. Like I was really, really bad. Like if it didn't look like Jim Lee and all those guys, I was like, no. And when I took a chance on that, I think that's where things started broadening for me. And then when I started reading horror comics, that again broadened it. And there are things that I need to go back and read that I didn't like that I might like now. So, like you keep telling me, now I'll go back and read Britannia from Valiant because of that reason. Uh, I'm trying to think of something where I had. Oh, okay. If I were to give something that I had high hopes for and it just let me down, when I was like, something is killing the children is the greatest thing on the planet for most of that run, and then they did House of Slaughter. For that first arc of it to let me down the way it did, that was where having expectations was not a good thing. I should have tempered them, but I didn't. I can't think of a time where I tempered them and then I get it. No, actually, the Absolute Universe. I tried to come into this with very tempered expectations because it's been a while. You and I have talked about it. We don't dive a lot into DC and Marvel. So I'm trying to subvert expectations to come into it, even though I will still say I lean more towards DC when it comes to comics than I do Marvel. So far. But especially newer stuff. So this to exceed the expectations I have for 3 different stories in a row, I think is a good thing. So, yeah, all those. I haven't read Pretty Violent yet. I need to, but I Hate Fairyland is. If you just want to read a story that is one of the most out there and hilarious concepts, that's the thing.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you this note. I don't know if she's still watching or if she's on her way home. I think Jenna for that. Jenna is the one who had me read I Hate Fairyland. Pretty Violent, I think I picked up by myself because it was so much like it kind of had that feel of I Hate Fairyland, but more. And then Garrett Gunn, she brought me home the very first thing I ever read by Garrett Gunn. She took a shot with Warcorns. And ever since then, just everything he's written, like the stuff that y'all don't see that Garrett does would blow your mind. He is like the Cullen Bunn of the indie world. Cullen Bunn, James Tynion, that's how the ideas that Garrett has. Well, those are cool covers, but and see, Ed, I think that if my first exposure would have been House of Slaughter, I don't think I would have even attempted reading the regular something that's killing the children. Like, and I still haven't. That's the thing. I still need to read at least the first 5 or 6 issues of this thing.
You need to read the 15.
But that just goes to show you prequels or spin-offs don't always work.
Yeah. I will say this. One of the things that I have the biggest problem in doing is I don't pay attention to the creative teams quite as much, which hurts me because then I can't go, well, or I should say it's not ingrained into my brain to go, well, what else have they written? I didn't realize how much stuff Donnie Cates had written that I like until you were just like, yeah, Donnie Cates wrote that. Oh, yeah, Donnie Cates wrote that. And I'm like, oh, okay. And, so that's my biggest problem is outside of like some of the indie writers like Garrett and some of the guys that we're friends with, I have a very bad habit of just not thinking about that because I didn't realize until I went back and looked at my very first comic recently. Tynion, I can thank James Tynion for getting me into comics with Batman and TMNT. Never heard of The Closet. Red Mother. Oh my god.
No Fable, but I'm putting that on the list.
I don't think I've read Red Mother. I'm trying to think if I've heard of it. Hold on one second.
Oh,
I have not. Okay. Is Fable, is that like is it a horror comic series or?
I think it's from Boom.
Yes, it is from Boom.
Okay.
Uh, okay, I'm gonna write that down. Yeah, send a screenshot to me of that. Okay, so Red, I'll check that out. What is the Closet? Don't know. No, Eddie, if you're talking about horror, the one that came out around the same time as Where Monsters Lie, 100%. That was an awesome series. 100%. That was the way the twist ending with horror was like threw me for a loop. That is the series this year right there. Oh, Something Beneath the Trees. Beneath the Trees Where Nobody Sees. That's one of the series that literally everybody has touted, and I have not read.
Yes. All right. Yeah, Fable. I actually got that one written down.
Okay, so Red Mother from Boom, 12-ish. Okay,
Yeah.
so probably 3-ish trades. Okay, I'll definitely go see if I can find that one.
And The Closet was a Tinian book. I remember that.
Okay, I'll read that one.
And Beneath the Trees.
So many. Is that the one where I joke about Murder Bear?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Everybody has raved about that one.
That would be Fable, Eddie. One collection down. You usually see him on PCP. Fable's got some good recommendations.
That now that we're talking about this is reminding me about books that I have read recently. Oh my god! And they all just went out of my head as soon as I said that sentence. Beneath the trees, nobody sees. The cartoon book that you turned
Uncanny Valley.
Yes, that
Okay.
series. I slept on that all year. Was amazing. Monsters Are My Business has been great so far. There's another series though that Jay touted. Like a lot of what Jay had on our, if y'all haven't seen it, we called it our best of, but it was our favorite reads from the year. There are a few of them I hadn't read yet that I was like, okay, and most of them have not let me down. But yeah. Okay, hold on. Actually, I do have something that has exceeded my expectation, both in movie and comic form. I know nothing other than what I have read and what I've seen on screen of the Dune stuff.
Oh.
But if you remember, I jumped in on like issue 6 or 7 of Dune. I think it was the Harkonnen series.
House Harkonnen.
Yeah, they call them the Harkonnens in the movies. So I don't know if it's Harkonnen or Harkonnen, but so far for me, Dune was like I didn't know what to expect, but that has exceeded my expectations. I watched the movie and I was like, wow, this is good. The comics have been great, frankly, for me. So that's another universe that's big that for me has been a good thing.
And Jenna said earlier she'd be reading Fable. I'm trying to remember. Is that the DC Fable stuff, Jenna? Because I think DC did. I can't remember if DC did Fable, if that was somebody else.
Oh man, but yeah. This easily could have been its own episode of just stuff. But yeah, we're trying to think, man. But there's been a lot. Like as I'm getting back into reading again and everything, starting to realize how much I've missed out on for the last year. Yeah. Space Ghost.
Oh, Space
dude, that was one of those where I had to manage my expectations because, like I've said, if they had done that like the Coast to Coast show, it would not have worked. But to do what they have done, period, and for it to be as spectacular as it is, yeah.
The one Dynamite book that I will say that I was kind of let down by but it's only a first issue and it's got plenty of time to pick back up. But it was DuckTales.
I haven't read that yet, but I think with that though coming into it, what Amanda Dibert did with Darkwing, that set the bar so high.
Yeah.
Uh, it's been hard because that's the Disney property that I'm lining everything up against because that's so good. Um, the gargoyle stuff, as much as I did follow the shows, some of the gargoyle stuff was a little like stale
Yeah.
at times. I mean, I remember when I stopped reading it, Goliath went to jail
Yeah.
and came back after like 4 issue break, and I hadn't read anything. He's still in jail.
Yeah.
I'm like, really? Um, so that one, but again, Dynamite as a whole, though, holy crap! What the last couple of years they've been having.
Yeah, and it's so weird. Like, and I tell people this. Like, Nick knows that I don't love every single thing Dynamite does. It doesn't bother Nick at all. But I've told him, I said, dude, when y'all are on, and y'all have been on for me. And I can see that, but for me, it was I missed out on Space Ghost. I had heard of Coast to Coast, never seen it, never seen anything like I knew of the character, just didn't. But man, this book, it's Batman in space to me with superpowers.
Yeah,
Um, but man, this book for me is just David Pepos has made me a fan, and I was a fan of David Pepos before. Um, but man, his him and the team on this and Jonathan Lau's art, I just got to say, every time I see a new Space Ghost book and I see what Jonathan has done this time, always amazes me.
yeah.
It always amazes me. Like, the dude is so talented. I want to see him on so many other books. I want to go look up this artist and find other things that he's written on,
Yeah,
because outside of Vicious Circle, Space Ghost has some of the best art
yeah,
that I've seen in a Dynamite book. For me at least. Jonathan Lau's art literally is, pun intended, otherworldly
yeah.
when it comes to this.
It's not just Dynamite. That's some of the best art from any book to me.
Yeah.
And I think, kind of going back to Absolute Superman, I think that was part of what made that book so great for me. I feel like Batman and Wonder Woman, maybe story wise, might have been a tad stronger, but visually, Superman. Well, no, visually, Superman definitely is what helped make that for him. But yeah, Batman though is, it's Scott Schneider, so that one I think is going to be a special one. Just like I really think we're going to be blown away by Jeff Lemire doing Flash.
Yep. And again, my expectations were super high on Absolute Batman just because it was Scott Snyder, and I'm a big Scott Snyder fan.
Right.
Like, him and Jim Lee doing Superman Unchained. It's one of my favorite Superman books. Uh, I finally got around to reading Witches by Scott Snyder, and you want to talk about a great horror book about witches? That's the one. Look it up if you're interested in reading it. It's spelled like Wytches.
I think
So
so.
it's spelled with a Y. And Scott Snyder always impresses me. I think he also did We Have Demons, and I really dug We Have Demons.
He did that. I wanted Scott. I think did I think Noctera is his, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so.
And Noctera is a great read of the stuff that I have read. I can't remember who did the Radiant Black universe.
Yeah, I've haven't read. I haven't read any Radiant Black stuff, so I have no idea, honestly. That's
Any
one of those that I keep meaning to get into. I just haven't yet. It's not like I'm not interested. It's just I haven't really thought about doing it yet. That Fable, that's 100%, man. It's kind of like Batman is the Spider-Man of DC, I guess, because it feels like Spider-Man's got a ton of books out too.
right?
But
And I
you
think
go to Batman and there's like 4 or 5 different Batman, or maybe even 6 Batman titles going.
right, same as Spider-Man, and that's part of the problem with that I had at first with Dynamite. There's so many Red Sonja and Vampirella books going on at one time, and it's like you hesitate to try the ones that have been the good ones because it's been like another one,
Yeah,
and you finally get to the good ones, and then you have to go back to everything else. I thought the one where, like as we joked, the where in the world is Carmen Vampiego, that was a good one.
the Vamp.
The Vamp was great,
Oh,
but also the one where Vampirella is a little bit more like a secret agent and stuff like that. It happened after that big,
Vampirella versus superpowers.
yes, possibly, but it came after that big one where it was that big kind of like universe crossing thing where it was
Yeah.
it was Project Superpowers
Hmm.
and stuff like that. That's where I think it makes it hard. And again, probably a topic we could have for a whole other time, but when you have so much of one character or one title, it makes it hard to want to dive in when most of what you've read has been very lukewarm.
Yeah, I mean to be honest, I can't even remember the Red Sonja that I really dig. But the newer one they've been putting out, um, the Devil and something. I can't remember I can't remember the title off the top of my head. That one's actually been pretty good, and it was
Okay.
easy to start on.
Trying to
It,
think.
and yeah, I mean we all kind of give Nick a hard time about the covers. Like I do that to him on the shows and behind the scenes when I talk to him for a little bit with the art show. We've teased about that before. Um, Nick takes it all on the chin, takes it all in good stride. Like the Nick that y'all see on screen is pretty much how Nick is. Like he's he's one of my bosses, but I do love working for the dude, and I do love the guy. So like
I
what
do
you
not,
see or what you get.
I do not know much about Sacred Six. I'm not gonna lie. Jenna brought that up, and I don't think I've read that.
Oh, that's yeah, Sacred Six. Okay, I don't know why I kept thinking Secret Six, but Sacred Six is Vampirella, Draculina, and a bunch of other
basically,
ones.
basically a lot of it's most of the big looks like Dynamite like female warrior characters. I'm looking at a cover and it looks like a dope series. Looks like there's a lot of stuff too.
I need to pick up Long Halloween. Ooh.
Sorry, I tripped.
Oh. Okay. She want to come say hi real fast.
Yeah. But first, I want to give you something. Hey,
Pull-
guys, watch this. Are you ready?
What is this? Oh, got my first one. Yeah, I'm a weirdo. I like the orange egg, chocolate oranges. That's what I meant to say.
Something
Reading Conan. I have read some
Thank
of
you,
the
Eddie.
Conan. He just put up what it was. Vampirella, Draculina, Panther, Nyx, Chastity, and Lilith. I want to read the Conan that's been coming out though. So anybody in the chat been reading Conan too? I know we have some Conan collectors on Nancy's show, but I can't remember if they're here right
This
now.
isn't a Conan run by Dynamite, is it? Is a Conan run by somebody else?
I can't remember who's doing it actually. It was in my I think it was in my books this week. Conan Battle of the Blackstone Titan Comics.
Okay. Titan, I'm going to go ahead and say this. Titan is one of those people need to keep an eye out on them because they have quietly been putting out some bangers, like fairly consistently.
Tough news.
Uh,
Yeah.
but yeah,
Let's
I mean,
find
Titan in general has been putting out some bangers of some, at least of the stuff that I've read for sure.
Yeah, the Conan stuff that I have read from Titan has been really good. It has been. I have one waiting in my Dropbox that I need to read. Yeah, another good recommendation, man. And Randy and Eddie, is Hyde Street also part of the Ghost Machine stuff? I thought I saw that it was. I thought Hyde Street was part of the Ghost Machine because the Ghost Machine stuff, all that stuff to me has been awesome. I still think Rook Exodus. I want a page of that art. If that's the first art page I ever buy in my life, I want it to be from Rook Exodus. It's probably going to be like $8 million.
But speaking of one of my favorites from Titan, freaking Kit Wallace series that he's the artist on, High on Life.
Yeah.
It's been such a great series. But
Yes,
yeah,
it's okay. It is Ghost Universe, Ghost Machine, whatever. Same thing. I know what everybody means.
I am so far off on the Ghost Universe, Ghost Machine stuff.
Well,
I read that. I read a bit of that first run of Geiger, and that's pretty much it.
This was my first time reading a Geiger book. Was the one that was like said Ghost Machine on it.
Mhm.
But unfortunately, unless I go out and buy, like I've been reading them by other means. Won't say how, but other means. But unfortunately, we used to get Image in our Dropbox for Minute to Skim It. We don't get them anymore. So that's how I started reading
So
all that
jealous.
stuff.
I was so jealous when you were getting all the Image stuff too.
Yeah, well, no reason to be jealous now because you
Yeah.
don't get them anymore. But
Image. Oh man.
But the Ghost Machine is one of those things that I tell people, y'all, from because we got one of the things we got was it was like it was almost like a one shot with every single person that's going to be there. There's some family that hasn't shown up yet, unless it's one of these books. Yeah, other means. No, I have not. I have not read Hide or Devour, but I'm hoping that I get to an LCS here in a while and just I'm going to do a pick up what I can. I know a lot of it's probably sold out. I'm not a person that needs like first printing or whatever. Or if I got to wait for a trade of stuff, I can wait till then. But the Ghost Machine stuff is definitely going to be picked up from me. I'm definitely going to pick it up. Even if it has to, I just got to wait for trades to get.
Yeah. Oh man. I just thought of a good topic for us to talk about next time because I don't want to spoil it here with this talk, but jot it down on your notes since you've got a pen. But comic series we've started reading and completely forgot about because I was going through my stuff trying to find my other Frank Gogol cover that I had that was signed.
Mm-hmm.
There were some series in there that I remember really liking, and I completely forgot about them. And I've looked up a couple, and I'm like, okay, so at least there's like volumes of a couple of these now. But yeah, that's definitely something that I think we'll have to talk about next week.
Yeah. Every time I'm like, you know what, I'm going to organize my collection. I'm going to get some of my runs and stuff together. I'm going to get some of the companies together. I get through the first long box, and then I start reading stuff because I forgot I had it.
I see, and I almost would have been late to the show for that because I'm like, oh my God, I have this. I remember this being really good. And I was like, oh crap. And then luckily, though, something in my head was like, Sean, what time is it? And it was about 10 minutes before we were going on air. So I was like, all right, I'm going to put this away because if I sit back down into another box, Jay's going to be sitting there going, dude, what's up? But
are you talking about Vicious Circle? Because that was the one I was talking about a little while ago. Because it feels like there was just so much time between issue 1 and 2.
I felt like there was a year in between issue 1 and 2.
Because I remember I read issue 1 on in stores this week,
Yep.
and didn't get issue 2 until a minute to skim it.
Like last month or something like that, if I remember right.
Yeah, is that the one about the guys that die and they end up in another timeline, Randy? Is that the one you're talking about? Or Inner Circle could be something I have no. Okay, it is Vicious. Yeah. Oh man, dude, and that means a lot. It means a lot that y'all all show up here. You know, even if you don't stay for very long or can't, you know, life gets in the way and we understand that. We just love talking to y'all.
He put us in the same sentence as Dan.
I know, and that's
done.
high praise.
I'm done.
Let's see, oh my goodness, I completely forget Fable. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't know who wrote that one, unfortunately, but
You are absolutely correct.
so roundabout back segue onto our expectations thing. So these will be ones that I was like super excited to start reading stuff about, and then very little of it is done well. TMNT is one of those. Loved the 80s cartoon growing up. Loved the first two movies. Loved the animated movie that came out in the 2000s. The two movies they did in the 2010s were okay. But when it came time to read the comics, it has been hard to find a story outside of like Last Ronin with TMNT that has really grabbed me. And I can say the exact same thing about Power Rangers. That was a show, I think, and those are two where I think I put my expectations too high, and not understanding the what the source material was going to be like, so to speak. Eddie, yes, bro. Like as far as I'm concerned, TMNT 1 and 2 are the best comic book movies of all time. Period. Those are my favorites.
3 is a very guilty pleasure of mine. I don't think it's good at all.
No, it's not.
But I can still watch it and hear Tarzan Boy at the end of the movie where they're dancing.
For me, the best part about that one is just do like you see on TV. Oh, hockey. And they start beating the piss out of each other.
Yeah.
That's yeah. But 1 and 2 for me, I still quote those movies to this day. Period. And I, in my own mind, Howard the Duck movie. In my own mind, though, I am hoping that Last Ronin is done in a similar vein like those 90s movies in terms of like they wear the suits. It's not all animated. If they could do that, to me, that would be awesome.
I think we're going to be getting a trailer for that soon. I have a feeling.
It would be nice.
I have a feeling because I keep seeing pictures from Paramount, but I know they're not. I don't think they're real, at least. But I know that's going to be a Paramount Plus thing, I guess.
Yeah. The Howard the Duck 80s movie to me still holds up to this day.
Oh, it doesn't at all, but I love it. I love it so much. I love that movie, dude. I remember as a kid being excited every time I saw that it was coming on.
Yeah.
Reading the TV guide and seeing that it's going to come on.
Yep.
Oh.
I am the Dark Overlord.
Yeah. Yes. Now, granted, there's some things in that movie that really don't hold up today, but I will.
It's so campy. It's fun.
Defend that movie anytime. It's a great movie, especially when you're a kid, man. Mm-hmm. Like I can watch it right now and still love it, and it just gives me that nostalgic feeling.
Nobody messes with a master of quack fu.
Plus, Leah Thompson, y'all. Yeah, 100%. Man, dude, I I was a kid when that happened. What was that? 89. I used to watch Jim Henson's. It was a special that he had where they had like oh my goodness, I can't remember. It was a show. It was a show that they had where I know one of the stories was a guy has a devil in a sack, and the devil has to like grant him wishes or something. I can't remember what it was called. They made a comic out of it. Like it started with a guy telling stories to his dog. It's not Dream Makers, but I can't remember what the damn thing was called. Oh well. But yeah, I was heartbroken as a kid when Jim passed. Heartbroken as a kid.
Yeah.
Storyteller, maybe? Like Jim Henson's story, the Storyteller. I think it might have been what it was called. I still need to watch Godzilla -1. You know, I'm not like over the moon about Godzilla, but I'll watch Godzilla movies.
Was it called? It wasn't. Was it? No. Was it called The Storyteller?
That's what I'm saying. I think it was called Jim Henson's The Storyteller.
Okay. Has it got like an
Thank you,
old?
Fable.
Yeah. I think that's probably it as well. Yeah.
And I think I was about 7 years old when Jim Henson passed because I think it was 89. I'm pretty sure it was around that time. Yeah.
Now I've never read a Howard the Duck comic though.
Oh, they're fun, dude.
I need to.
My favorite one I've read so far is when they did the Deadpool the Duck. I really enjoyed those. Hell yeah. Fable, huge. Dude, I still count that. I don't care what anybody says. They're like, oh, Blade was the first Marvel movie. I'm like, nah, Howard the Duck. I think Robbie gave me some crap about that one time.
Oh man, yeah. Sheesh. Okay. That's quite the collection. Then if you've got all the Howard the Duck stuff.
And see, like I said, when we get to the point where we start bringing folks on, I would love to see folks' collections. I would love to see that. Like, I know that there's stuff people have that I had probably never even heard of, or I've never seen in person or seen on a screen.
There may be some that we will never see on the screen. It will be a mystery.
Oh yeah, Conan. That's right.
Yeah, Conan. Well, wasn't there? What about that 70-something Captain America?
Well, I mean, that was TV movie. I don't know if we count that in the same
Okay.
category.
Gotcha. I get what you're saying.
Guilty thing again. I really dug those movies.
The
All
Conan,
the TV movies.
the Conan, and then Conan and the Red Sonja movie. Those weren't that bad.
Red Sonja with not legally Conan in it
Yeah,
because he couldn't be Conan.
yeah. But those two movies were not bad.
Oh, dude, I love that movie.
But I don't remember who the Barbarella movie with Jane Fonda. I don't remember who owned Barbarella at the time that came out.
Me neither. All I know is I think Sydney Sweeney is going to be Barbarella for the Dynamite stuff when that gets off the ground, and apparently that is happening.
Yeah, and as kooky as a lot of that universe seems to be, Sydney seems like a really good fit on it.
Sydney could be literally. I think we had this conversation before with people. Sydney could be a lot of characters. I'd love to see her as Black Cat. I'd love to see her stay as the Spider character she played, which I didn't even watch Madam Web yet. And yes, I know it's one of the worst movies ever, but I still got to watch it for myself. And it's been so long since I've seen that movie. I barely remember it.
They only used to show that movie at like 11 or midnight or later.
Like, I need to go back and watch Flash Gordon. I can't remember the last time I watched Flash Gordon. And I love that movie. There's a lot of those movies that you remember. You're like, oh, I remember watching that, clear shield Captain America, in that weird Red Skull in I think the second one. I can't remember if the first one had Ned Beatty in it or it's the second one that had Ned Beatty in it. Yeah, 100%. You know, there are some movies that people will try to convince you are bad, and you're like, nah, kidding me? I can always throw that on.
Mhm. There's some people that try to tell me like you're a fan of Tron, and I'm like, yes, I love the Tron movies.
That's right. Savior of the universe. Yes. Plus Queen soundtrack. Let's go. Let's go. The next best song compared to the Flash song for me is when they did Highlander the series, and they were the ones that did the theme song for that. Oh, let's go.
And I love that show.
Oh, dude, so did I.
Like, I couldn't get into the movies as much as that show. For whatever reason, Duncan MacLeod is my Highlander, not Connor.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see that. I can definitely see that. But I really enjoyed Highlander the series.
Yeah, but that's got to be like a top 5 like show intro theme period. I think is the Highlander TV show.
Yeah.
But God bless Freddie Mercury and those vocals, man. Yeah, there can be only one. So, well, anyways, so hello, sister. Yeah. Oh my gosh. See, the thing about the 80s, though, is that was just a special time. There's so much in that 80s and early 90s when it comes to movies and TV shows that's underappreciated. Real Genius, as far as I'm concerned, is one of the greatest 80s movies of all time. Along with Top Gun. Top Gun's my favorite. I'm just going to keep blabbing about it. Eddie, to come circle back around to your thing from earlier, horror comics, yes. I started reading those because I got very bored with superhero stuff. So, horror-wise, the first thing I ever read was a book called Pestilence from Aftershock. Highly recommend you check that out. The premise of that is, what if the Black Plague wasn't a virus, but it was something much more sinister from hell and stuff like that. So, that's where that premise came in, because there was a time there for like, especially because this happened during the worldwide event that we really aren't supposed to say when it shut down. I read a lot of horror comics in that time. That's when Something is Killing the Children came into my life. Maniac of New York is another one of my favorites. Oh gosh, I'd have to go digging through my collection. Of course, Where Monsters Lie, Grandma Chainsaw. What else is there? And actually, Eddie, I found a couple of other horror books that I haven't read yet. I got one called like Bone Parish. I haven't read it yet, but and I've had it for a while. But that's another one that I'm going to get into. Red Room. Has anybody in here read that one? That's a more recent one. That series is a trip. What did we get? Oh,
Hi.
hey.
Yes, Han Popo decided to play bumper cars with the computer for a minute there.
Oh, fun.
And so I decided to pop in and say hello.
If y'all want to talk horror comics, though, this is your person right here.
I am the queen.
I don't know if you could hear me, but I was sharing the story about how when I was getting bored of superhero stuff, you're like, just read horror stuff. And you threw Pestilence, the omnibus in my hands.
Yes.
And basically what it was, guys, is literally at the time when I would go to work, we were so slow because of everything being shut down.
Mm.
She'd send me with a stack a day.
I would.
About this big.
Of not just single issues. I'm
No,
talking
we
about like
were.
full series and trades. Like
Yep.
he was gonna read it all.
And there was so much stuff I read because of it.
I don't know if I ever got you to read the Marvel Zombie stuff though.
I read one volume, and the problem is I don't know if that was volume one
Oh yeah.
because it was the one where the Fantastic Four were in a room and they faked him out with a pen to get out of it. Because like it started with Spider-Man in his apartment, and apparently
Yeah, that's the main story.
is it okay?
Yeah. That's the main key one. And then the Deceased was really good.
Yeah, I've not read DC's yet.
Oh, and
But
then
y'all
they've
now
done a
y'all
lot
have,
of like sides to it.
yeah, but you had that entire run.
I do,
Somewhat.
including all of the sides and the one-offs and the because that one I have to say of DC of the main DC titles, I want to say that's probably in my top 5 of horror because it did take on a horror like side to it that you don't really see a whole lot in the main DC stories. Mostly you'll see it in like their Vertigos and they have another sub.
Black Label.
Yes, the Black Label. DC versus Vampires kind of sucked though. It did in the beginning, but then like some of the side stories that they sent out to it were fun. Yeah, Deceased was great.
DC's had some of the best covers too.
Oh, yes.
I never seen the interiors, but all the covers look so dope.
Oh my gosh, they're so good. They
Like-
kind of the covers that they did for Deceased also reminded me of the Stray Dog series that I really enjoy.
Rest in
The
peace.
horror
Wilson.
movie covers, yeah. And that was for the 3rd and 4th printings that they did of Stray Dogs. 'Cause Stray Dogs had its own like first printings, but then they did another line where it was like the 3rd and 4th printings were oh gosh, they did so many different horror movies. They did The Conjuring, they did The Craft. Oh, I really enjoyed that cover.
Children of the Corn, I thought was one of the covers.
Yeah, I think so. The Sucked was kind of I see what you did there. That's okay. You're not used to me. Well, I think it's I just did 9 hours of driving around.
Her brainy parts are not working.
They're not. Yeah. And then I also answered emails before I sat down.
Now that we got a little bit of rare things, so now that Jenna is on, guys, she can kind of give
Can I go grab the chair? Okay.
her thing real quick about moments when it comes to movies where you felt that subverting your expectations for the movie helped you, and other times where it was not the best thing in the world. Like it didn't work.
Like, okay, my brain is really not working. Somebody break it down a little more for me.
Like I used this for an example earlier.
Okay.
The Boys subverted expectations because it's nothing like the comics, right?
Okay.
But that made the show better.
Yeah. Okay.
Or they were going to make the Gears of War movie, but they were going to place it on an alternate Sarah.
Oh, that would have made me angry.
Because they were subverting expectations.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I think okay.
Yes.
Oh, yes, the demons, yeah. The Evil Dead one, that one's one of my favorite covers as well. I wish I could show them. We have them all. There was one that was a Japanese horror. Okay, no, I got to focus. We were something that subverted my expectations. Okay. Oh, okay. So this might be a hot take. The first Deadpool movie. How they didn't have really any of the other like they had Negasonic Teenage Warhead, and then they had goodness gracious, my words aren't quite cooperating. Colossus, thank you. I almost said Coliseum. He's like, honey, can I have my chair back? That's what Ed said. No, it's my chair now. But because like at the time that the comics that were coming out, there was a lot of like X-Force. They were doing things like oh gosh, there was the one where it had like a whole like Deadpool core, like all the comics that were coming out, and I thought they were gonna do. Sure, they would do some of his origin story, but they added like a love interest to it. And then they added like other things to it. I have the entire collection. Great read, yeah. And I was really like it kind of I liked how they made it just about Deadpool and how they gave Deadpool more of a like deeper into his like what his life was like before and what his life was outside of Deadpool and what led him into it instead of just being like, yeah, this happened, Deadpool antics. And so I kind of like that. And then in the second one, they did kind of the X-Force, kind of. And I liked the way that they did it though. Like they had a lower budget and they kind of killed it. So I think that was a good thing to do. And then outside of comics, there was actually I don't know how many of you guys out there know the Bridgerton series, like I do. So they completely blew me out of the water because in the books there's A through H of the siblings, right? And each book it starts with Antony, and then it goes and then Benedict, and then Colin, and then Daphne. But what they did was in the first season they did Daphne. So they took all the siblings, they put them out of order, and I feel like it's leading into something because we just got season 3 like completed. And it's taking it out of order. They're changing things, but they're making it more relatable into like things like today. And so that really kind of like changed it up for me. Kind of like taking stuff out of order. Now they did have to take liberties with some things. Record scratch. Yes. I watch many different types of things and read many different types of things.
See, if me and Jenna were to sit here, everybody, we'd deep dive into anime.
Yeah, yes, that's the one set in the 1800s. That's the one where they cross over some of the real life history of Queen Charlotte and King George. Where King George, like in real life, he lost his mind during the time of the colonies that were happening. Is that like Housewives? No, no, round guy. It's set in the 1800s, and it's kind of semi like it could have happened, but it probably didn't happen. But they do touch on a lot of historians really like this. Queen Charlotte in real life, you look at her images, like the drawings of her. She was the first queen of African descent on the throne. And a lot of times in the paintings and stuff, they whitewashed her. And so seeing how they did that in the show, where it is an African American, or no, she's not American. I forget. I think she's English. Oh, they chose the actress that they did because there was a great experiment. They dramatized a lot of like little bitty moments in history, but it's still moments in history that happen that are forgotten in history books. And I thought that was great.
Remember, we are a comic and pop culture show, so that is pop culture.
That is pop culture, yeah. It is. You know what, Ed? That you have a point. I see you. But there's still, yes, it's over dramatized. It's fictional stories, but they do have a touch of history to them that is forgotten in history books, and I always found that as sad.
Y'all can't tell Jenna's a history nerd. She loves history.
Some I learned different. I learned history different than everybody else did, though. So, yeah. Because I learned the history and history books that I read were from other countries' standpoints than just this side of history. And then I have a lot of family and stuff in other countries that they learned history different, and we do talk about it sometimes, and it is fun. Just kind of like comparing notes.
You haven't been able to read into the absolute stuff yet, have you?
I have not had the pleasure. Woohoo! No, it's not fair. So I was driving on the way home, and you guys were talking about DuckTales. I was driving back from the store after being disappointed by not finding Rolos again. I've been on this Rolos hunt for a week.
Damn, well, maybe I just need to take you over to the office because there's a whole thing full of Rolos at the office.
I found some at the Dollar Tree, but they only had one pack, and it was only like 4 in there, and they didn't have any more after that.
Sheesh.
I've been trying. I've been looking. Don't know why. There's something about Halloween and Thanksgiving that I think of Rolos.
Maybe
I
you
need
can
it.
answer something for Ed.
What's up? What?
Is there a horror character in comics, DC or Marvel, that you think they should do a show about?
There's so many. There's so many. I love talking history. My eyes cloud over whenever I start. But then she'll say something like, "Do you know anything about World War One?" And then she regrets asking. Well, I know a different side of World War One that I always have to stop and talk to myself about. Oh gosh. I don't even know where to start. Like, do you want to start by decade? Do you want to start by genre? Do you want to start by...
Well, Ed's already said like Tomb of Dracula. And
Yes. Tomb of Dracula would be phenomenal. Heck, even the seedy underbelly. Like Will Ferrell and Old School during the debate.
Do you have a counter to that? No, that's an outstanding answer. Yeah, that's how you debate.
I'm trying to
out for a minute there.
Trying to think. If they could do a proper Marvel Zombies, I think that would be great. They did do it in What If. Kind of.
Well,
they changed. It's completely different, but it is zombies. But
there's going to be a 4-episode Marvel Zombies coming.
I'll have to think on that.
See, now that Jenna has brought it up, though, Deceased would be an amazing thing to do a special on.
I think that it should be animated, because I've always said that. I was like, Deceased should be animated rather than live action as well. That's just me. A Walk Through Hell.
Oh God, dude!
Yes.
I've got that entire run of stuff. Holy cow!
Ghost Rider would be a better show. He showed up for a while in
The Robbie Reyes version.
Yeah, Robbie Reyes. She showed up in Agents of Shield. Thank you.
And that was he was good.
Yeah.
I thought the guy.
I can't remember the name of the actor, but I thought it was perfect casting.
Yeah, I agree.
He ended up being in Last of Us. He was Pedro Pascal's character's brother.
I forgot about that.
Yep.
Well, now that we're here, let me Google the guy's name.
Oh gosh, he was great. And then there was they did do something. It was
Gabriel Luna.
Gabriel Luna, that's right.
Yeah,
okay.
Silvercorn would be amazing.
Silvercorn's another good one.
Ed, if you get a chance, I think it's on Netflix, and it's only one season because it got canceled, but it's called The Imperfects. And it's got, like, one of the characters, he turns into the Chupacabra, and they call him Chupi, which is funny because now that actor is Luffy in One Piece, the live-action One Piece.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a Hulu show. They were going to be doing a Howard the Duck, a Ghost Rider, and I think the last thing we ended up getting, they had Hit Monkey too.
Yeah.
But I think the last thing we ended up getting was Hellstrom.
I liked Hellstrom. I liked it. It's one season.
Yeah.
And they wrapped up the whole thing in the one season with a nice pretty bow, except for 1 or 2 questions there in the last episode. But they wrapped it up. I really enjoyed it. I wish we could have gotten more. Chupi. Yes, for the Chupacabra. And then there's another, I really enjoy it. That was a really good show. I was really sad that they canceled it. I was so angry. I stopped watching Netflix for like a month.
What about...
Oh,
read much more of this.
yeah.
I don't know that one. What about Nice House on the Lake? Is that a horror series or is that more something else?
That's a sci-fi horror series, yeah.
Okay. That could be a good one.
With the Chupi.
The Imperfects.
The Imperfects. Oh, and by the way, it's bloody and gory and just great. And with a touch of science. It was so good. Hey, K-pop! Don't worry, Jay's right here. I promise.
Everybody's getting see, we tell you all the time, there are 3 of us on Hydrasylum.
Yeah.
See?
I'm always working.
Where's it at?
I just got off work. And then I was answering other work emails. And then bam, here I am now.
Since I'm on the side doing work, y'all do me a favor. I need to go find Fables real quick, but here is, y'all go follow K-Pop Junkie. Let me grab Fables.
I can see that, Ed. I see why you would say that, yeah.
Yeah. the CBC Award nominated K-pop junkie. So,
will you do me a favor and type in one collection down once it pops up? Should have thought about it before, but I'm grabbing
Click on it.
Fable's
Click.
Fable's link too to his YouTube.
oh, what con did you go to, K-pop? Gotta know. Did you meet anybody cool?
Where you at?
I'm almost wondering if you were at the same one that Dr. Christie's been posting pictures from. Because she met she did a panel with the Yellow Ranger from the Power Rangers movie, Aisha. I saw that photo.
All right. Here, y'all make sure y'all go follow Fable at one collection down too.
Yeah. I can talk horror all night. Yeah. No, let's talk horror all night. I like talking horror.
We're gonna
Did
have
any of you guys read any of the Aftershock comics, like Black Eyed Kids or Animosity?
You got it. You got it. Make sure you check out K-pop Junkie. Make sure you check out Fable. Make sure you check out BBB Hardcore Comics or Haunted Basement. He was in here earlier.
Bearded Comic Bro, who was here at the beginning.
Yeah, Bearded was here.
Oh, I was wearing that shirt yesterday.
Just supporting everybody in the comic community because
Yes.
That's what we need. We need the comic YouTube space to be together.
Aftershock.
Yeah, I'm sad that they're gone now, but life happens.
The good news is though you can still buy most of their stuff.
Yeah, you can still buy it.
Which is good because most of the horror stuff that I've read, Eddie, is a lot of after. Oh, hold on.
K-pop just blew my mind. I'm gonna cry. I met him for barely of a second at Comicpalooza. Not this year. Was it last year?
He's been twice since y'all have gone. He was there.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I want to cry. That's so amazing. Like I want to cry tears of joy for you, K-pop. That's
Jenna. Tell him the Tara Strong story.
No, Jay tells it better because I was in shock. So we don't have a picture of it. If you get a chance, you can see it on. I think it's on my Instagram. So I dressed up as biker Harley Quinn. I had the blue black hair and the red hair, and then I had like diamonds and everything all over my face and stuff. And then I had this really awesome leather jacket that we had actually done, and so boots and everything, like biker Harley Quinn. Jay, take it away.
Well, we're walking. We didn't realize for a few seconds we're walking right next to Tara Strong. She's walking right next to us, and she looks at Jenna and she's like your outfit, and it just kept walking.
This was at Dallas Fan Expo last year. Yeah, last year.
And I was like,
I'm happy. I can't.
That wasn't a cosplayer, Tara Strong. That was actually.
Can you put it in the chat?
It is in the chat. Yeah, I'll put it in again, Ed.
That's awesome, K-pop though. That you got that badge in the print. That is dope.
Yeah. Oh, but yeah, I love Tara Strong.
Yeah.
The whole, and that was like early on Friday. No, it was on Saturday. Yeah. Friday I didn't go in cosplay. It was on Friday. And so like the rest of the weekend I was on cloud 9. And then my sister actually showed up the next day and she did like her version type of Poison Ivy. So me as Harley Quinn and her and Poison Ivy just walking around, and we saw Rosaria Dawson and we just started singing. We started with Josie and the Pussycats, and then we went into Rent, and she just started laughing. And that just like my sister is too shy. It was her first time ever at a con. She was so nervous. She was also brought our nephew. He was 6 at the time.
Yeah. He
was 6 at the time, and he was as Darth Vader. And so it was his first time at a con as well. And so we weren't really like meeting guests and stuff this time. We were just there to like help her. Like she really wanted to go. And so did my nephew. So they came. And it was just one of those times where it was like just to see everything. And then, she finally felt brave enough. She was like, let's go sing Walking Around. And I'm like, okay. And then we made Rosario Dawson laugh. And like, that was the highlight of her year is how she put it. Like, she was just like, ah. And I was like, I know. And I think what really made Rosario Dawson laugh about it was that it was Josie and the Pussycats. Because some reason everybody forgets that film, and and when the people who do remember it forget Rosario Dawson was in it. And I'm like, how can you forget? She was phenomenal in it.
See, I can't forget it because we spent a whole night trying to figure out what guitar we needed to buy you if you ever decided to cosplay.
Yeah, I need to find two friends. I need to find two friends so we can have all three of us.
Well, you can probably talk Maria into it.
Oh, maybe. Those outfits though, you got to be brave. Some of those outfits.
I'll be Josie.
You'll be Josie? I can be Val. Oh no, I figured you'd be male lead number 1 where you take Josie. Did I bust the carburetor? Overload the accelerator. And I'm like, do you even know anything about cars? Like, is that why Josie's fixing your car for you? I know, I love her.
Uh-oh.
She had the best shit.
K-pop said she'll do it with you.
Oh, hey! I've got the hair for Josie. Josie and the Pussycats. I listened to the entire album yesterday while I was out working. And I was just like, I had the windows down because it felt good outside before it started raining. And I was just jamming out the whole time, stuck in traffic in Houston. I got a few weird looks. I didn't care. I like to jam out. I'm super excited. Comicpalooza next year is going to be in June instead of May.
That's throwing me off.
It's going to be a late June. I know. It's been Memorial Day for as long as I can remember. Big time, Eddie. Sin City. I wish that they would have made Sin City a series, like 1 hour, 8 episodes series, rather than what was it, two movies that they did of it?
What?
Sin City?
Yeah.
It was only 2 movies. I wish they would have done like a series. Because
Sin City for me was confusing to try and figure out. And I wonder if it's because, like you said, it wasn't episodic.
Maybe. Like the comic is more, I don't know. Cons are the best. I enjoy them.
I've been to one con in my life. And that was 6 months ago.
I've been to many. Many. Sin City Animated, yes.
Oh, I didn't know they did a Sin City Animated. Ooh. Okay.
Oh, it's in black and white? Oh. They did do the film in a way that I could watch it. Was it because I just definition maybe? I can't remember. I remember it giving me a headache, but I watched it.
That must have been a pre-COVID.
Nice. Which anime con did you go to?
Thanks, Fable. Thank you so much, brother. We appreciate you so much for being here, especially as long as you were in here, man.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Again, y'all, if y'all haven't checked out One Collection Down, I never blame Fable, but blame Fable is one of the things that gets said a lot. Go check him out. He's awesome.
This is my last maybe one for the year. I can see. I mean, it is kind of late in the year.
The only other event that I was going to go to, I think, was this weekend or last weekend, which is that Collecticon.
Well, I remember we talked about the one in Walker County, the Walker County Fair one. That one's, I think, next weekend. Or the weekend after. I can't remember. I need a nap. So does my wallet. Oh, that is personal. I feel that one. Station.
Yeah.
Candy.
Yeah, I know so many, but Eddie, you're not the only. Like my dad is partially colorblind as well, so trust me, I feel you. I've met my fair share of people that have a hard time with black and white and other colors.
Yeah, the sad thing is, I think Ed, please correct me if I'm wrong. I think he lost it because of COVID.
Oh man. I'm sorry, dude.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Ed. I thought that's what I heard you say, but I could be way off base, that it happened because of COVID.
I lost color. I lost complete eyesight in one of my eyes because, surprise, surprise, psoriasis can actually attack your eyes. Trying to do one in the state con. Heroes. Okay. I was fine until COVID. Oh, wow. I did not know that.
Heroes Con is Heroes Con in North Carolina?
Yes,
That one's next.
I
Huh.
believe so because Robbie talks about that one all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, K-pop's met Kyle.
So let's see.
What?
Heroes
Small.
Con's in North Carolina. We love to go to North Carolina.
I have
I
to
mean,
plan one year.
I'm just saying. That'd be if I were to do it out of state one. If I'm going to spend some time, I mean, North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Have Hardee's for breakfast every day and biscuits.
Oh, I have a problem. Or Biscuitville. Mm.
And then we'll find out if I can finally break the curse of every time Sean's in the state of North Carolina, Second Street Diner is closed.
And
No.
that's terrible, man. I feel for you, brother.
Oh,
Okay,
man.
Okay, so it's in Charlotte, and I have not been to that part of North Carolina yet.
Didn't we drive through it when we went to, what was it, West Virginia or Virginia? Where'd we go?
We might have. I never remember what.
No, West Virginia, we came down through Virginia into the northern part of the state. We might have gone through when we went to Winston-Salem to Simpsons to meet Alan and Will that first time.
That's what it was. That's what it was.
Which
What was
one?
the name of that place?
If you're ever in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, go to Simpsons Burger Bar and get the honey chipotle wings.
I still, it's been almost 3 years and I still dream about it. They were so good.
I can't think of a better wing that I've had than that.
Yep.
Like, it's a burger bar, and all we can think about are the chicken wings.
Oh my gosh, they were so good.
Trying to remember. There's also.
Oh.
Did I? Yeah, I put that link in there.
And then also check out the place in. Okay, Jay, what is the name of the small town that your family lives in right now?
Gumberry.
Gumberry. That freaking store that we go to every year, the antique shop.
Oh, it's a giant antique like outlet. It's amazing, and you'll find rare comics there.
God, the stuff we have found there every year.
Almost forgot about this since we were talking about Garrett earlier.
This is true. Warcorns is going.
By the way,
I haven't backed that yet, and I think I'm going to, and that probably will be my last one for the year.
I don't think he launched yet.
he hasn't launched
I
yet.
think that's a pre-save.
Mm-hmm. Okay. By the way, I'm in Warcorns.
Yep.
By the way, thank her for the coloring book.
Yeah.
Even though it's misquoted with me saying the quote on the back of the book.
It was my quote that he said he got credit for my quote.
And Garrett did it on purpose because he thought it was funny.
Garrett for you. Garrett is one of the few human beings that makes me feel small.
He's one of the few human beings I allowed to pick me up. Like, he literally picked me up almost 3 feet off the ground.
Yeah. For anybody who hasn't met, Garrett is a mountain of a man. He's like 6'5".
He's just a giant, like, teddy bear, though.
Yeah.
He looks like a pit bull, but he's like a little, like, golden retriever trapped inside of a Pitty's body.
He's the sweetest dude.
Oh, I love him to death.
Him and Dr. Chrissy, both two of the most awesome people ever.
Oh, man. I remember COVID attacked my replaced joints. Like my fake knee and hip.
COVID attacked your spice defense.
Yeah. I don't know. Do you guys know this about me? I cannot taste spice. Like at all. I don't taste it. It's not spicy to me. I don't get that.
No, it's either sweet or smoky.
Yeah, sweet or smoky. And so when we had COVID, I had one of my ordered some food and it was actually spicy and I almost started crying. And I didn't understand. I was like, why do people do this? Why?
Lucky.
K-pop, do you live in Indiana? Because I forget where Garrett
lives in Michigan.
I thought it was
Garrett, I know, is in Michigan, but I think to get to Alya and Muncie, it's not that far. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think they're that far apart.
No.
I know that's where Dr. Christie's store is.
Yeah.
I just have to know. Spice doesn't impact, right? Like I've done the challenges. I've done can you taste the spicy? Like, here's a shirt. Like, okay, like this was
Thank you.
unfulfilling and it tasted like oil.
Hey,
Hey, nice. Please,
Uh-oh.
I could bump into them. Oh no.
Ed, I know I put K-pop's link to her channel in the chat too. But if you want another fun channel with somebody who goes live, it feels like every other day and has some great guests and talks about awesome stuff, definitely check out K-pop too.
Yeah, Dr. Blanche has a. I forgot the name of her store
Oh,
though.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, comics Muncie.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
To find
Yeah. And Dr. Chrissy is. I've got her book. If anybody,
Charlie Wormwood?
yeah, the Damnation of Charlie Wormwood. That is such a good book. Y'all need to read it. Uh-oh.
What do you look for?
My brain. I'm trying to find oxymoron.
Oh,
I know it's over here.
which one?
The nightmare. The night.
The Loveliest Nightmare?
Yes, thank you, Ed, and everybody else in here. There is a very small print thing. My brain is not quite connecting words, so somebody will translate this for me here in a minute. By Comics Tribe, that is the name of the publisher, and it is called Oxymoron. And if you yay! So this, I wouldn't say it's horror, but it has tinges of horror. Like, it's in color, Ed. Okay, I'll get to this one. This one I haven't read. I actually haven't gotten to read that one, so you'll have to talk about it. It has tinges of horror, but it's a lot of like thriller to me and just all around fun.
Homie eats a person's face. I think it's horror.
Homie does eat a person's face, but I wouldn't call it like horror.
He also kills Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah.
Really.
Ryan Reynolds, thank you.
And something Full J.
Yeah.
Also, Eddie, read the Red 10.
Red 10, yeah.
Anybody loves murder mysteries or Agatha Christie,
Yeah.
The Red 10 is definitely a book you should check out.
Yes.
ComicsTribe.com or find Tyler James Vogel.
Yes. But that's another company I would check out, like especially if you liked the Aftershock stuff, like I know I did, and I talked about them a lot in all the comics that we got to read from them, because we were talking about like horror comics earlier, and it made me think of Oxymoron. And I'm sitting here looking, I looked over there for the longest time, and then I was looking over here, but Jay's a massive unit as well, was blocking it.
Yeah.
Good job. Yes. Jason. Yeah, I think so. Is that?
But
Let me
who?
see. Let me see the book.
No.
No?
No.
Did he work? He worked on a different Oxymoron, didn't he?
No, I don't know. I don't know that one.
Oh no.
This one is Tyler James, John Lees, and Alex Cormack.
Here. Can you guys see right there?
Afterlife.
Those were the people who worked on this one.
Ooh. What is this Afterlight? Okay.
Oh, there knows Afterlight.
Oh, I do know Afterlight. I love Afterlight. I talk to them all the time. I've watched all of their TikToks. I've actually sent the website to Jay and Sean before. Sean's looked at the website and has talked about getting stuff, but I just don't think we've had the chance yet. Yeah. It's a UK-based...
I remember them now.
Yeah, it's a UK-based guy who, does all of his own stuff. And
Ed does know about Chum, though.
Oh, I love Chum. Some sad news came out of Afterlight, though. He created his own board game, and he put it on Kickstarter, and it just didn't back. So he said he's gonna, in the video he just did, and the last time I talked to him, he said he's gonna put it aside for maybe a couple years and then try again. I was really excited. I couldn't wait to didn't have to wait.
I remember them now, and now that I'm looking at their thing, holy cow, there's like 15 million more books than the last time we looked.
Yeah.
Okay.
Another reason folks should go and sub up to K-pop. She's got a great interviews and stuff on her channel too.
Yes.
Yeah.
She is the live queen of YouTube.
Really? I didn't know. How did I miss that? I'll have to go back to, because I've been talking to them for almost a year now. I have the hard. Oh, okay. Nice. It's a good read. It's such a good read. He picked the worms crawl in, the worms crawl out, the worms play
You
pinochle.
mean this one, Ed? Because it's I know. Oh, okay. Caramella is one of the writers in it. Okay, I got you now.
That's amazing.
In this, so the Loveliest Nightmare is different from this one.
Show him the back. It's not horror. It's just, deathly thriller.
Yeah, this one is different. Oxymoron is kind of like, they don't really have a connected universe, but Oxymoron kind of shows up. Like, he's also in the Red 10.
The Red 10.
This one right here. Which is just...
It's such a good read.
So ripe
Yes.
to be a 10-part miniseries.
Yes.
Yes, I actually... K-pop, I actually backed that one. That was the one that I backed for that month.
Yep. Because much to my disappointment, that was the first comic strip book I bought for myself. Was this last Oxymoron?
Oh.
Then we have The Standard, which is one of my favorite superhero books ever. Red 10 is actually done in 2 parts. I had to wait quite a while to get the second part of it. Yeah, that's right. They do. Comic Stripe does. And I think some other people do it too. But you can actually go to the Kickstarter, and they have late pledges. I just don't know how long that lasts.
I am not exactly sure.
And not to. Well, it's kind of a brag. If you ever get metal cards, I might be the one that you can thank for that.
Yeah, because he asked what would be good things, and Jay was like, Medakar. So all these Michigan people, where are you at? I'm near Ann Arbor. Oh my gosh.
Jay, if you knew exactly where it was, you should show off that really dope metal cover you have.
Oh man, that is.
We have so many metal covers. What is he talking about?
It's probably in the alien box, but yeah, that
No,
cover
it's not.
No,
No.
it's not.
No, because I just went through one of the long boxes where I have other stuff at, and my Wailing Blade, which is the very first Kickstarter I backed, was the first issue of Wailing Blade, which I have.
Is this show and tell time?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Wailing Blade.
Oh, if we're gonna do that, hold on one
One of the
second.
things that they do, though.
Oh, bye, Sean.
Is these awesome, like,
I'm not back. I'll be back in just a second.
Oh, okay.
they've got some of the most awesome die cut covers you can have. I also got She and Scam. Like, I have so
She
many.
is so good.
I have so many Comics Tribe books just because they were like the first big, or not big, but they were the first like indie people I followed. Only if you don't tell.
Goodness gracious. Oh, what am I going to do with you, Ed? I don't even know. Do you want to know a hot take?
Maybe.
I think I'm looking at Dark Horse. Okay. So Dark Horse did the comics for Plants vs. Zombies.
Mhm.
I think with how some of the stories were, I think that would be a very interesting like animated series to watch. I want to.
But make it like stylized violence where it's like green zombie blood and stuff.
Yes. Like they did in Garden Warfare.
Yeah.
If they would do like the animation series, kind of like how they did the games, Garden Warfare, I think that would be such a good show to watch. I'd watch the crap out of that. We have all the comics.
Jay, you were bringing up your first comic you ever backed on Kickstarter. That's mine.
That is such. If you guys ever get the chance to just check out that book or to pick up that book, do
Brindle.
it.
It's called
It's
Brindle.
Magnetic Press, I believe, is the company that you can get it from nowadays. But yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, some of the most. It's one of
Just
the most beautiful books I got.
breathtaking art. Breathtaking art.
Ooh.
And I just bent the print. Shit.
Sean.
I didn't know it was in the middle of the book. That's not
Oh my God, Ed, you're gonna make me cry. This sounds beautiful.
That's something to tell Triple B.
Yes, somebody tell Triple B he'd hunt it down.
But yeah, that's one of the most. Yeah, Jen is right. This is one of the most gorgeous books that I have.
It's just one of the most gorgeous books out there, like, period.
Mm-hmm.
Because the art style kind of reminds me of almost like ink on watercolor.
Mm-hmm.
And you can tell they took their time and they loved what they were doing.
Yeah.
When it came to that book.
Yes.
That book is made from love.
Yes, it is. So if anybody's wondering, look up Magnetic Press. That's where you can probably find this at.
Ooh.
Ooh, nice.
Karma. Hey, you know what? The thing is, and I know people make the joke all the time. You know, we can talk about karma. It was the link that got the EXP.
Yeah.
It was a word in the link that got the EXP. But we have karma as well.
Yeah.
And
it's a good read.
I that's what I tell people. It's not just the sexy book. It's actually got a lot of substance to it. I tell Dan that all the time.
It's a good story.
I think he believes me most of the time. Other times I think he thinks I'm just sucking up. Oh, you did? Yeah,
I did not get karma too.
Yeah, I wasn't able to get it this time. A lot of crap happened.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm excited. I'm hoping that be able to get a copy from Dan somehow.
Oh, I thought of another thing that I would really like to see on screen. So they've done a couple of these series, but there's one in particular that I would love to see, and it's Aliens versus Superman, or Superman versus Aliens. Because the way that they do it, like the first storyline that they did with Superman and Aliens was he found his home planet. Oh my gosh. He gets there. There's no Kryptonians. There's like one or two. Do you know why? Because of all of the xenomorphs have already done them.
I need to figure out which one we have, because the aliens I have is just the aliens coming to Earth and fights them and then he goes to space.
Yeah, that's the second time that they did it. Like, he comes back, but they accidentally sent. And then there was another one where it was Superman versus Aliens versus Batman versus Predators, which was so good because on that one, there's a volcano that just tried to erupt but didn't do the full-on erupt. It just did the, like, shaky shake. And then guess what? There's a whole tribe of Yautja down there. And they go down there, like Superman and Batman. No, Batman goes down there. What's a xenomorph? You're going to make... Ed. I know you know better. Don't make me... I got all the books. Actually, I'm missing one. One book. But I've got most of the books. Yes, I know you're kidding. I know you are. But in the other series that I would really like to see, and I don't know how they would do it. It could either be animated or live action, but like the Superman versus Aliens versus Batman versus Predators, and just getting to see how that would work. Like, just like it's a primitive tribe of Yautja, and then like they have their own ecosystem down there where the xenomorphs are actually still, like, they're still hunting each other for thousands of years in this own little, like, cave type system that has been, down there for thousands of years that humans never found because volcano. I mean, who's gonna jump? I'm not gonna ask the question anymore. Because I could see a few people jumping into a volcano. Oh, Superman, you're one of a kind-ish. Till his cousin shows up.
Well, now that she's in the room,
What's up?
K-pop, have you read any of the Absolute stuff yet? I want to hear some of your thoughts.
The Ed look. That's my for my Ed look is a the same look I give my nieces and nephews when they're in trouble. It's like it's the aunt look instead of a mom look. It's the aunt's like, See, that's why I wasn't even gonna ask the question. Because there it is. There's Ed right there.
Oh,
It's definitely been interesting. I have missed talking with Ed and everything. I do need to take more breaks. I have not want to read the Batman and Wonder Woman.
They're all three great. We just got our Absolute Superman in today.
Did you already show it off?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We talked about Wonder Woman was really good.
yeah.
Batman is still the best one, but Superman is right underneath it, and then Wonder Woman's third, but still, they're all amazing. Like, it was very hard to rank them. Yeah, trust me, K-pop, we totally understand that.
I've spent more on comics this month because of those series than I have in the last year and a half.
I think the last time we went to an actual comic shop was my birthday, and that's when we got the Red Band Werewolf by Night and the Aliens versus Predator.
Aliens got some dope covers books that day in general. Last time I went was I got the Power Rangers Darkest Hour and whatever the follow-up to Nice House on the Lake is, like Nice House on
by the Sea.
So I got those two. And then I was looking for Fantastic Four and asked kid at the front desk, like, you got any good stuff Fantastic Four? He goes, I don't really know Fantastic Four, so I can't recommend anything. And I'm like, dang it.
I'd look for anything that says Jonathan Hickman.
Yes.
Yeah, pretty much Hickman run. So they didn't even have that.
And I think we got some Fantastic Four. Oh, what we got?
Nice K-pop.
Fantastic Four Season 1. It's a hardcover. When
That's a
I think this is when Hastings was going out of business.
Yeah.
So we got
the amount of stuff that we've gotten from Hastings and Charming Charlie's.
Not Charming Charlie's. Second and Charles.
Second and Charles.
Charming Charlie's is a jewelry store.
Yeah.
I thought that was the kids' eatery place.
Charming Charlie's?
Yeah.
No.
No,
It's got like suitcases, like and pretty bows.
Maybe that was Cheesy
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Ed, I'm so mad. So I started buying those, right? But every time I would buy one, they would fall apart. So we would take it back and we would try to get another one, but then it would fall apart again. So I ended up just having to I had those are the only books that I've ever bought digitally because when I tried to buy them physically, they fell apart.
It was that, and then Jay's Kanto kept falling apart.
Yeah. And it didn't have anything to do with like the store or anything. It was just at that time, apparently the glue they had used just wasn't good. Oh, I cried. You have no idea. That is like, so in my book, I've watched every Alien movie. Like I've watched all the movies, including Romulus. I enjoyed Romulus. I've read almost every single one of the comics. I have most of the books and I've read them. So that is my like number one franchise. Second, and just barely, is the Hellraiser series. I've read all the comics. I've read some of the books. And I've seen every single movie, including the one where they go to space. But the one in space is also where it's like they're in the past as well. Strange, but I've watched it.
One of my horror shorts was about.
Yes. I'm afraid to open them. But yeah, we were buying them for a while there. They still have all there is, and oh yes, nice snaps for Ed finding a new friend in K-pop. Yay! It was better than Jason X, right?
He just wanted his machete back.
Yeah, but they got trapped in space. But it was technically part of it was in the past because it was the origin of the box as well. And then snaps for K-pop. All truth.
Here's
No
another
lie
one to
detected.
check out.
Oh yeah, this. So this is a fun series. So what came out first was the books. They did the books because nobody wanted to like make it. So they did the books and then they did the show and then they did the comics. And it's the whole thing. Everything about that franchise is fun too.
What
The thing they blew in Jason X was he should have had
what was the
yes.
oh chum, yeah. What's the vampire series that like you got one volume of the comic for, but you've got all the novels? Like one of your favorite writers, and I forget her name.
Patricia Briggs.
Oh, Patricia
Yes.
Briggs. I love Patricia Briggs.
Yeah, that series. Because you got
It's
the
not
one
vampires.
Oh, it's not vampires, sorry.
I mean, vampires show up in part of it. She has this huge universe where it's got vampires and fae and they're in today's world and she's got shapeshifters and then like werewolves and stuff like that. I'm more into her werewolf side of things where it's the Alpha and Omega series. I do read some of her main storyline, which is about a woman who can turn into a coyote who's actually in love. Well, one of the werewolves is in love with her. It's this crazy thing. A lot of people die and get tortured. It's a lot. But yeah, Patricia Briggs, she's phenomenal.
Let's go. That could be
What is
bigger than
this?
Freddy versus Jason.
You're showing off my collection. Huh. A ton of us, including Adam Green, have been trying to get hedgers. What? Bro, I'm down. Put my name on whatever list that needs to be done to make this happen. Do it now. Not just now, right? Meow, meow. Right? Meow. I like Pumpkinhead. I didn't know they had done so many movies, though. For some reason, I thought there was only 2.
I think Ed just got done during the month of Halloween doing a Pumpkinhead rewatch.
How many are there? Like, Pumpkinhead! Yes. Somebody help me. How many films are there?
I don't know. Give him a second. The chat's about
Do
15 seconds behind.
It's a little more behind than that. Do. How many were there, Ed?
Yeah, that's kind of my only real gripe about Restream is man the lag between chat.
5?
Wow. Woo, geez, babe. Remember, you're on a mic.
Yeah, I know. I thought.
If y'all thought the EXP commercials were loud,
Right.
I'm sorry. That's my shock and awe voice. Make sure everybody's awake.
They weren't, they are now.
I'm not awake.
What's this awake you speak of?
What's this sleep you speak of?
Sleep.
Sorry if I hurt anybody's ears. I am really sorry about that. Oh, come on. Oh, Ed was there for that moment, wasn't it? Wasn't he?
no.
He wasn't there for the Kyle.
Were you?
Kyle?
I don't know, but that's the greatest like 50
I think maybe he
YouTube
was.
history.
I think he was. I'm mixing stuff up, man. I'm pretty sure he was.
K-pop, I don't know if you know this, but there are 15 seconds out there of me losing my ever-loving mind because of a certain Marvel movie that I will not mention. And Ed, I will give you this one and one only time to mention that film.
Oh, no. The 15 seconds we're speaking of, Ed, was she heard me talking to Kyle about it.
Yeah. Oh, he was there. Oh, no. Okay. That was a different one. No, like, so I walked in I was outside and I came inside and Sean was on the phone and I thought he was talking to his brother and he was talking about a certain film and I went on a 15-second rant using every colorful word that I could think of, trying to describe my dislike of this film. And it wasn't for a whole nother like 15, 20 seconds. And then Sean was like, hey, I'm on live with Kyle. And that's when I was like, oh. And I was on the opposite side of the house. So like Jay was on with Kyle, and Kyle apparently the whole time was like, Jenna, we're online. Jenna, we're live. Jenna. Oh. I couldn't hear him. I was on the opposite side of the house. I'd been outside.
I do think that's the one that Ed called in. But I
No.
think when this no. He called into the show.
Yeah.
But it was you Kyle was talking to.
Yeah.
No, K-pop, it was not Howard the Duck.
It was not Howard the Duck.
No, everybody loves Howard the Duck.
I love Howard the Duck.
Yeah.
That's it. Fable was saying that earlier. He knew he found his people because everybody loves Howard the Duck.
I actually I did a painting of Howard the Duck one time.
did.
Where it was like his egg, and then a kid, and then a teenager, and then Big Howard. Ed, I'm giving you one and only time permission to mention the dang film without getting the side eye. Bombastic side eye. But yeah, this movie. It was like a sailor stubbed his little toe while smacking.
See, Eddie's just going to keep playing. He's going to make you say it.
Oh, I'm not going to say it. No.
Don't let him fool you. He said it like
What makes me so mad?
12 times before you showed up.
What makes me so mad is I love the comics. I loved the comics. We own almost all of them. And it just... Are you looking for it?
No, I was looking for something else.
Okay. I love the comics. We own almost all of them. And what they did to that storyline.
No, we own the main
We're going to have to say the movie name so K-pop's not left in the dark here.
La 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 la.
It's Civil War K-pop. All right, we're done. All right.
Okay.
We're good.
I enjoy it.
We don't, trust me, we're not close to owning all of them.
No, you weren't close, bro. She wasn't going to say it.
No, I wasn't going to say it.
She'll just walk out the room. She'll be like, F this. Bye.
Bye, Felicia. It makes me sad because I enjoyed the comics.
See, now he's just trolling. Ed's like troll level 1,000 here.
I fell asleep during that. I feel that. Now, the movie as a whole had singular moments that were okay.
Like, you have a metal arm? That's so cool.
Yeah, like that. That was cool. But, I mean, oh my gosh. Where was Punisher? Okay, we couldn't even you can't do that storyline without having a well-established flippin'... I'm trying so hard not to cuss.
Where's Punisher? Where were the X-Men? Where was
the well-established Spider-Man?
The thing that I've always said was, it makes me mad that they decided to do that movie. Now we have the merger where they can use all of these characters.
But they've already messed it up.
They should have just done Serpent Society or Captain America 3 and done something else and waited till they had these things, because there's moments in that comic, like when Cap, that's one of my epic moments in comic shorts. When Cap
gets capped?
Cap beats the brakes off of Punisher.
Yes. And then the whole thing was supposed to end with Cap getting capped. Frack. I'm going to bring back Frack.
Bring back Frack. Hashtag bring back Frack.
Hashtag Frack this.
Yeah.
It's so hard.
There's Trumbo.
So the thing is, I was a person that defended the movie a lot. Yeah. That, and for me it was Black Panther.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for Black Panther to be in an Avengers movie forever. Age of Ultron upset me because we went and saw Claw, but not even a tease.
Yes. I think you mean the hashtag.
And I was like, Marvel's pretty good, at using the characters they have to do these movies. But I think at the same time, what they did was, hey, DC's doing BVS. We got to do something big.
Guys, time out for just a second. 1 second, please.
Mute the mic.
Oh, the papa.
All right, y'all ready? Oh, you raised my arms up.
I did.
So they're gonna get stuck under the table.
Oh, it's the puppo. What do you do? Puppo, what'd you do to your nose?
Use this.
I told you he also caught the computer.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Mm. This is what I usually do. Lock the door. Quick, Jay, get in the chair. Lock your door. This is what I usually do when I get home is he sits in my lap. So he was getting all frisky because he didn't get any lap time yet. Oh, damn, Papa.
Yeah, we gotta go fix his nose here in a little bit.
Okay, are you happy now? You feel better now?
That's Han, Eddie.
Yes, Ed. My Ed Weird. That is Han Puppo.
Might be getting time to where he's ready to do. I can hear him.
Well, he had a shower today, so he's all like itchy, frisky.
So, anyway. Yep, that's Han Puppo.
Being whiny because we won't let him scratch all over himself on the thing. I think he's cross-eyed because he had a head injury. And then, actually, Mr. Nope, you want to hear something amazing? A few years ago, he actually had an accident where he couldn't walk, and now he can. Do you have a Chewy toy? We have a bunch of toys.
He's got all the toys.
We obnoxiously have so many toys, and yet the only one he wants to play with is this egg that just like squeaks, and then the outside crumples. That's it. He doesn't want to play with any of his other toys. He's got so many, but he doesn't.
Yeah, unless it's a tennis ball outside.
Oh, but he does have his favorite time of day. He knows it's bedtime because he gets an ice bowl that's got like treats in the bottom of it. And then I can't move the camera around, but he's actually got in the office. He has his own office space. Han Chewy. Ah.
If we were to get a red healer, that's what I would
Now.
do. I'd name him Chewy.
I see that now.
It's funny because he's got this. So he's got his little bed in here, and the dog is so smart. He's such a smart dog because I'm like, all right,
When he
let's
wants
go to
to
work.
be. When he wants to be.
And when I say go to work, he knows to come in the office and lay down. So usually when I'm working,
he's right there.
and I'm on the shows, he's laying down on the bed right here. He knows the difference between go to bed and go to work.
And it's the bedroom's here and the office is here and the doors like face each other. I'll say, go to bed. He'll go into the bedroom. You say, go into the office. He goes in the office. I know they are known for it. And he does. He's already cross-eyed because he had an injury when he was a baby. So we watch them very, very closely. And he had that back injury a few years back. And now he walks 90% of the time fine.
He's got some ticks.
Yeah. But I mean, I do too.
Unless he decides that he wants to do his little weird sideways walk all the way down.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's why I said 90% of the time he walks fine.
Yeah.
The other 10%, I think he forgets how to walk forward. So he just walks sideways.
Goofball.
Yeah, Ed. Ed Weird. Ed Weird. Ed Weird. Ed.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Jay.
What? It's funny. What?
Well, folks, we thank you for joining us tonight. Aw.
Aw, I bet it's cute though. He is, I want to say 11 or 12. So we've been watching things. Because Jay and I have been working so very much. Well, at least me, I've been working so much. And I think that he's gotten separation anxiety from it. Jay, you were in the target range, buddy. I'm in the safe zone. And I think it's my fault because like we both for the last year work from home. So we've been home with him every second of every day for the last year, except for this last month where I'm gone 6 days a week, 8 to 10 hours a day. And I think that's given him anxiety. And I don't know what to do.
He's in here in the room with me all day.
Yeah. But when I get home, he just like cries almost as soon as I hit the door. And then whenever I call home, he'll cry on the phone.
He's such a simp.
He's such a baby. Is that hurricane coming at you guys again? No, thank God.
Should
It
be
got
going.
pushed down. It went into Mexico. We are getting some rain here and there. Thank God. It's not hitting us. It's south of us. We are getting runoff.
No, what it's doing, Ed, is it's coming right into about the middle of the Gulf, and then it's literally going to do a dead turn and head straight towards Mexico.
I don't think I could mentally survive another hurricane like what we had.
Yeah, it's like right now it's turning south now, so it'll hit Mexico by next Wednesday.
Because I think me and Jay had a combined total of 18 days of work missed because we had, 11 days of no electricity where me and Jay were at? 12?
The U.S. Gulf in general cannot handle another dang hurricane this year.
No. Aww. Oh, give her big hugs for me. She deserves big hugs. Tell her I said, oh, hello, cutie. Cutie patootie. Speaking of that, let's talk about horror comics that have animals in them. Like Stray Dogs.
Rest in
Stray
peace.
Dogs was phenomenal. Like, who would have ever thought that Two Good Eyes Until 8? Oh, okay, I see what you mean. I kept bugging Jay to see if you guys were... So here was the problem. I'm going to get back to Stray Dogs. I'm taking a quick timeout. I'm going to say something to Ed real quick. Here was the issue with that. It wasn't just that we were out of electricity. The signal and like data signals, like there was no cell service in our area. Like nobody could even call anybody for the first like 5 days. I couldn't. My phone was basically just a paperweight for 7 days because I had no signal whatsoever unless I hiked to the other side of the neighborhood. Like the 2 miles it is to Walmart, that's where I finally had some sort of signal. Like the cell towers were out up here. There was nothing. There was absolutely nothing. Couldn't call anybody to check on anybody. Couldn't call anybody to ask for help. It was bad. Like we were talking to Sean, and the only times that we really could talk to Sean was when I hiked to the front of the neighborhood. And then, yeah, the infrastructure, it was terrible. And then I think Kyle called us, but he said he used a sat phone to get a hold of us. So it was harsh, you know.
So I drug him down here for a week.
Yes, he came in, he snatched us and was like, come on, I got electricity. Yeah. So thank you everybody who did like reach out to us. Cause I know once we got signal, me and Jay, both of us had like 100 messages from like so many people. And I think I might've missed messaging 1 or 2 people back. And I'm so sorry about that. But yeah, I don't think I can do another one of those. We're still recovering from it. Like still. At least in our area. We still are. It's
Stray Dogs.
Stray Dogs. Stray Dogs was so good. Everybody in the room, has everybody read Stray Dogs? Like I've read it. I think Sean's read some of it at least.
I've read all of it.
You read all of it? Jay, you read all of it?
I read all of it and I've read Stray Dogs.
Oh yeah, I did too. Well, what about I don't wanna spoil anything for anybody in the chat. So I will give everybody to the end of the MASH song to say yes or no if you've read it. Do 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 bum bum ba da 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 da. Ed, I'm gonna fight you.
We do not disrespect Rusty like that.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I did. I super enjoyed like the almost Disney style like drawing to it. And then just this twisty thriller tale that was done to it. That was not in my lifetime bingo card of a thriller horror comic from a dog's perspective. And then it being one of the best comics of the year. Did anybody else? Nobody could have predicted that in a million years. Ed, that's how you know it's me. Oh no, Ed, no patent Reddit. Oh no.
He
No,
didn't.
don't listen to Ed. Ed's full of shenanigans, okay? Okay. I really liked how they did it. This isn't a spoiler. This just kind of like I think it's happened in like I think it was only the second or third issue. How many issues were there? I can't remember.
4.
4?
Yeah. Then they did a couple of side stories.
Oh, that's right. That's right. So this happened early on where they actually use because dogs' memories work different than humans, and so the person that was I've heard enough, and it's my fault anyway for letting it sit on my shelf. Oh, because each book is really its own story, and each book in each kind of okay. But it was just like dogs remember differently, right? So our new dog that comes into the story, she gets a sniff of something that triggers her memory, and then she gets the other dogs in there to trigger their memories, and it's just like getting to see that from the dog's perspective was so cool. It was so cool. Somebody did a lot of research for these books, for this story, and I love it.
Tony Fleeks has just been, on a tear with things. I've been saying that forever now. Uncanny Valley. He did Stray Dogs with Trish Forstner. Then there's Feral that was really good. The issue or two I got to read. And,
hey, chill out, please.
Relax, buddy. You're okay.
All right, guys, I'm going to take a time out. I'm going to take him outside. Maybe that's why he's frisky. Hi, good boy. Can you back up for me? Oh, no, don't get oh, no. Ugh. My tornado of a dog takes out everything. I will hopefully be back. Mr. Nope, I hope you do eventually be reading it. Oh, Ice Cream Man. Yeah. No. Man, come on, buddy. Come on, let's go outside. Good boy. Come on, let's go.
Yes, he's so much energy for my dog. But he's done Ice Cream Man. I dug the first. I got the first volume. I think you're right, Ed. It's a little bit hit or miss. But I mean, Tony's done Stray Dogs. He's done Feral. He's done Uncanny Valley. Army of Darkness Forever has been one of the best Army of Darknesses that I've read. And you don't worry about him. He's off in his own little world. I think. Sean, are you still there?
Maybe.
If you've been reading The Army of Darkness Forever by Tony Fleeks, you should definitely check out Army of Darkness 1979 by Rodney Barnes. Rodney is another favorite writer of mine. I got introduced to him thanks to Sean. Sean showed me Philadelphia.
So good. I love it. So good. I still need to get the rest of the series.
I tell you what, man, when we were getting Image and I got to read that crossover with Spawn, I'm going to tell y'all this, man. Rodney Barnes should teach a masterclass on how to bring characters into other comics because it felt so natural and it was so well written. And then the next one he did Savage Dragon.
Bro, you're good.
Yeah.
You're totally good.
Sean has a lot of stuff to say sometimes, and other times He just doesn't. He looks like he's reading something else right now. Anyway.
No, I was a second ago. I was typing something.
Oh.
No, if I know about it, I'll talk about it.
Yeah, you get see the thing is, Sean's not a humongous horror person. He has watched some horror stuff. I think
I've read more horror than I have seen horror.
That's true.
But yeah. No, I totally get it. I mean, the horror stuff that I've read and that I liked, I could talk about all day long. Stray Dogs is one of those series. Philadelphia is a great one. Something's Killing the Children. I can talk about that one. So it just, if I don't know it, Ed, I have a hard time jumping in because there's not much I'm going to add to the conversation other than I'm just going to sound like an idiot. So
yeah, dude, pick something you want to talk about, man. Is there something movie or show wise, cartoon wise?
Shoot, if we jump on another topic, we'll be here for the 8-hour mark, bro.
Hey, man, I'm good to go as long as everybody else is.
Well, if we're going to do that, I do need to get a drink then.
Well, go ahead, and I'll sit here and hold the fort while you do that. It's so awesome. Like, even right now, the fact that there's still 4 eyeballs on this show. Yeah, Sean and Jenna both can definitely sell you on that series. They did sell me on it. They did. It's just I just haven't gotten around to it. It's just like the original Geiger stuff. It's just like the Radiant Black stuff. There's so many books that I want to try to read. If you're gonna hold the fort, please. Oh, come on. Hold your fort. It's a different kind of show, and we're not monetized. That's all. That's on the Hydra fans. There's sometimes I read the comments and I'm like, oh, okay, shut off my camera. Oh, okay, now I see what you said. Like I was saying earlier, man, the only issue I have with StreamYard right now is the fact that if people think the lag between StreamYard and YouTube is bad, the one between Restream and everything. I could go for sure. My girlfriend looked at me funny as she went to bed. Oh, that's good. That's good. Glad I'm making strangers have weird looks. Hopefully you don't get too many weird questions when you do go to sleep. Go to bed. What the hell were you watching? It is 1 a.m. where you're at. I keep forgetting you're on that hour ahead of our time. Like most of the people I work with. It's so weird because I have to remember that. You know, when I get on with Miss Jen for Mondays, you know, her and I know it's 4:00. When we jump over to Comic Collectibles with Rex and them, for them, it's 6:00 when it's 5:00 for me. So then whenever Rex asked me, do we go to break at 7:30? I'm thinking, wow, they're an hour ahead. I love those guys too. I love everybody I work with here. In case anybody was wondering, there's some ones that I don't get to work with as much. Geek Chat. I used to work with Dan, not only for in stores this week, but when Dan had his show on Tuesday. Mog and Mel, I've worked with a couple times. I've met them in person. Lovely people. We talked about that last time. Ed, one of these days I'm gonna bring y'all on. That's the real hope. Y'all don't have to have your camera on or anything. Well, you'll never have to worry about that. Nope, we're not a sales show. Kyle kind of wants to get me into that. I think here in a couple of weeks, I'm going to be pulling double duty on a Saturday because he wants to do another sales show. And he's like, bring some stuff on you want to sell, and I'm like, I don't want to sell any of my comics. Like, I don't know. There's just like my collectibles and stuff. I just never been like, hey, I wonder how much I can get for these. And to anybody who sells their comics, I'm not bad mouthing that. I'm just saying, me personally, I don't know what anything I have is worth because I've never really checked into it. But I don't know. I just feel like my collection, I should probably cut down on some stuff, but I'm like, man, when am I ever gonna see some of this stuff? Like, I have some stuff that I was looking through the other day. I think I have a Black Panther #1, and then I have a bunch of Marvel team ups, newsstand and regular, which I've never understood the different, like why one's more, why one costs more than the other, or when people sell them. But I know. Yeah, and I've said this before I actually watched or was working for the experience. I tried watching comic collectibles and it just wasn't my thing. But being on the show, yeah, I love those guys. Like me and like Mint Hunter, I don't talk to James a whole lot, but Mint Hunter's always been okay with me. Joe, I've worked with once or twice. Never really said too much to him, but he's still a good guy. The Geek Chat, when they did their first show, I was the one on it, and their internet was so bad we kept having to go to commercial. Like, I felt bad for them. But if you've never checked out the Geek Chat on Thursday, Des and Rich are amazing. It's such a fun show. Barlord's usually there, Lorena, a bunch of other people. It's a talk show. It used to be an hour and a half long, 2 hours, I think, but now it's just an hour. It's right before Mog and Mel come on. They review books, kind of the same ones that we do, but I always appreciate what they have to say about them. And we're so glad. We're so glad. And I'll say this about Mint Hunter. James is a nice guy. James is a seller though. Like, he'll interact with the chat a little bit, but if you're looking for a sales show and you don't want a whole lot of chatter unless you're talking to the chat, that's the show for you. Like, I would suggest this show to people just looking for books. If you want like somebody that sells and talks, that's when I would throw out, Henri and Nancy. But all the people there, I've never had a problem with anybody there. They've all been great. Again, I'm so glad you found the experience too. I'm so glad everybody here that was on the experience, is here right now. Like, I don't think y'all realize how much that means. And that's the thing. And that's completely understandable. I will say this: I think next week we're just doing a talk show, which is something I've talked to Nick about before. Like, every once in a while, maybe do comic collectibles talk show, something like that. Not everything has to be selling. Maybe give yourself a break from doing that. But eventually, like I was saying before we got to all this, and I'll let Sean get to what he was talking about. And I would like to have more shows like that. And like, I love having the salespeople that are on there. I understand why they're there. I love the people. They're great to me. I do wish we had some more talk shows, and that's awesome, man. Like, that's something that I tell Randy, because Randy only watches one or two shows, and there's certain people that only watch certain shows, and that's fine. As long as we can bring you something, through the experience, that's awesome. The fact that you're hopping onto other shows, that's great. We love that. If there's one show that you want to watch and nothing else, that's awesome. Well, I mean, I can tell Nick that, but Nick will understand. But he's trying to do more of, let me do a talk show every once in a while. he knows that you can't see it usually or at all. Sorry. Um, it's one of those things where we'd love to just have you in the chat, but if the art just kind of throws you off for it, man, we understand.
I watch most of the time just to hear Nick's stories.
Yeah, like
because he's got some great stories. Nancy's the same way.
yeah, and that's kind of like the thing that I keep trying to drive people to. It's like, maybe do 3 shows that are sales out of the month and pick one of the shows where you just do a talk show. He might have forgotten, Ed. Like when I tell you 2 of the busiest people I know on the experience is Nick and Kyle. Kyle is the backbone of the experience. If anything, if Kyle ever decided to leave, we'd be in trouble. Kyle is like the heart and soul and the backbone. Like all of us are for it, but you want to talk about 2 of the hardest working people I've ever met, and I'm not saying that nobody else works hard. I hope you understand that's not what I'm saying. But 2 of them are definitely Nick and Kyle. Like I'm not kidding when I say it feels like Nick works 23 hours a day. And
Yep.
Kyle's always up.
That's true. Okay. All right. So Ed wants. I got to sell you on Sick Tick here. To say if you really want to see it, I did like 1 or 2 shorts about it recently. The basic premise of something that's going on is monsters are real, but only kids can see them. There is a secret organization called the Order of St. George, where they're a secret society of monster hunters. And as you can imagine, with any secret society, there's many buried and secrets within, and it's very shady. The main storyline that I always talk about, and I call it the Archer's Peak storyline because it's the first 3 volumes, is the best part of it so far, but I'm also 15 issues behind. But essentially, your main character is Erica Slaughter. You follow her as she hunts monsters solo. But she's also a bit of a renegade when it comes to the Order of St. George. So there's that backstory as well behind everything there. Some of the monsters are freaky.
Don't forget the teddy bear.
Was it teddy bear or an octopus?
She has an octopus.
Yeah, she has an octopus.
So
But
okay, yeah. So one of the things they do is she's got some kind of monster or demon soul or whatever stuck inside a stuffed octopus. That's one of the big things. You'll hear her talking to that all the time, but she's the only one that can hear it. Everybody else thinks she's talking to herself.
And it's her bestie.
So, but he's gone and that whole world expands. I wasn't a big fan of House of Slaughter. The book that I wish I had read and took more seriously is the one where they talk about all the mask colors and what that means, because it will help you understand some of what's coming in the series.
And it's a variety of monsters.
Yeah, it's a very much it's a nice horror story, but it's not so. It's like a horror thriller is a good way to put it. But yeah, that's about the best I could do to describe it to you, Ed. But it's been going on for 4 years now. So there's like 40 something issues. So I would say pick up volume 1. Volume 1 will tell you enough as to whether you're going to like the series or not. That's how I got hooked. Oh, now Puppo doesn't have anything to say?
That's because I'm on mute.
Oh.
They've done several reprints.
Fair enough. There's nothing wrong with reading a book digitally. That's how I consume a lot of my comics right now as well. Still nothing's ever going to beat physically holding something in your hands. But digital, I think, is great for a couple of reasons. One, you can travel around and read your collection without having to lug a book or a box. two, for anybody who, because we all know comics are notoriously bad for small lettering. It's hard to read.
Yeah.
So
What's great is they're taking notes now, because apparently some people heard me say it way too many times that they've been like, huh, I guess that is an issue. To like, because there's a whole bunch of us that cannot see. Like, there was even some that were so bad. I went to Jay and I was like, can you read this to me? He's amazing. He is amazing. The things that I do have trouble with, he will read for me so I can understand what's going on. And he does it in a great job because he'll use voices and stuff. Like, he acts it out. It's great. He's amazing. But like, apparently they're getting better, hopefully. Like, some of them have. I remember there was
they're colored, Eddie. They're all colored.
Yes. There was we met him. Dave Lentz.
Mm-hmm.
He me and him got to talking one time. This was before we met face to face. And he was like, what notes would you give? I was like, well, in this one panel, it was just a little small. And he was like, oh. I was like, yeah, if you could just make it just like a little bit bigger, that would be great. And then I've noticed in all of his books, he's taking that note for all of them. And I've noticed more and more letterers and stuff like that have made that note as well.
Yeah, it's because you gave that advice to the king of lettering, and now the king of lettering has spread it down to the rest of the kingdom.
But now that he's going to figure out that you forgot his name for a second,
oh no!
Let's see how tiny that lettering gets again.
That's not fair. I'm tired. I did a lot of work today.
So,
yeah, like I said, that issue 0 though that I read was really good. Like, I really dug it, and I was like, man, I really need to get the first part of this story.
And I know you'll do volumes because I can't just walk up and go, here's issues 1 through 15. You'll just look at me like,
well, I mean, I kind of have to if you look at how many long boxes and short boxes of single issues I have.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about letting you borrow mine. Well, but it's either that or we spend 60 and you get the really, really awesome omnibus that you can find for that whole story arc.
With the slip cover?
Yeah.
Yep. It's still for sale. It's still like $50 or $60.
Yeah, I can read 5 issues.
Hi guys. Everybody in the chat, I need your help. Speaking of slip covers. So my Spider-Man, where is it? Into the Spider-Verse. I have the really big hardcover, and I had let somebody borrow it, and they actually took the slip cover out and just like crumbled it up and threw it on the ground. And I have now spent 8 years?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't exactly take the cover off and crumple it up, throw it on the ground.
Yeah, that's actually where he found it, in the floorboard of his car.
Yeah, but he didn't crumple it up and throw it down. It got crumpled because he put it on the floor.
Does anybody, I have spent the last 8 years trying to flatten it out or smooth it out. Does anybody know, anything?
Does
any
anybody
advice?
know anything?
Hold on, I wish I could find it right now. I bet I have it.
While I was off camera, though, I was trying to find something. I just realized there's one of my favorite books in my collection I can't find.
Huh.
Oh, no.
I can't find my Life and Death of Toyo Harada.
That's weird.
We might
actually have it. Well, Jenna, I have 2 of your books here.
Oh, what do you have of mine?
I have several issues of your Secret 7. Oh, yep, there it is. Okay. But I have several of your singles for Secret 7.
She's not in the room, but I convinced Lorena to get an issue of this from Nancy.
And then, yeah. Because I was like, what are some really good... Because villain stories are something that are underappreciated. Because I was going to bring on that freaking Sinestro comic that I harp on so much, which is volume 1 of the New 52 run.
It's not... I don't know where it is.
But yeah, there's more books of y'all's, dude, that I found when I was going through the one box. I just can't remember what they are. Because I want to say I have some Sacred 6 single issues, and I don't think those are mine. Oh, Jenna, I have some of your That Texas Blood.
Is that where it ended up?
I have some. I saw a few issues in my box.
Oh.
Well, everybody, now you know we're really off the rails because now I'm telling them what I have in my collection that's theirs.
It wasn't a friend, we'll say that.
It was not a friend.
It's
Technically, I let my sister borrow the book, and the guy she was dating at the time borrowed it from her.
Oh, that is.
So that's what happened.
Yeah. Dude borrowed my Ninjak for 6 months.
It's not. It's a plasticky material type slipcover.
Yeah, it's a dust jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm so heartbroken. Like I said, I spent 8 years trying to like flatten it out, and I've gotten the major creases mostly, but it's still. You could see it was balled up. You could see it was balled up, and
I don't remember us keeping the cover.
we did. I did. Because every time I find the book, I try and press it out some.
So if you're not finding it on the shelves, it's probably because it's behind the boxes right there. Yeah, Ed says you can get dust jackets made.
You can? Okay, I'll look into it. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Now this was our first like so Spider-Man was my big number one like first big comic character that I got into.
Trade me spots.
Oh, okay, thank you, baby. I might fall asleep though. Spider-Man was actually my first like big into like comics on my own book. So getting this book was like a huge milestone in my life. That, like I said, it was 8 years ago. That was a few boyfriends. She's married to a wonderful man now who would never do something like that. And her son, my nephew, he is 7.
That's awesome.
He is very careful because we let him. I've given him a couple of comics. He loves comics. You need a high pixel image file of it so that you can get the slip cover printed. Okay. Yeah, there it is.
Don't look at as bad as
Yeah, 8 years of us pressing it and stuff. It's not too bad. Yeah. But see, it's still got like some little like nicks and stuff on it. And then on the back, you can still feel there's huge creases all over here. Yeah, the front's really bad because there was something like there was like food or something stuck all over it, and I've gotten 99.9 of it off, but I still feel it and see it. But you can still, I know you guys might not be able to see it on camera, but it is just pretty bad. So if I could, like, don't get me wrong, the book itself is gorgeous. Look at that. But this was my first ever something that I really liked that we got for me. Your nephew's not careful. I'm so sorry. Our nephew, he is so cool. All of our nieces and nephews that come over to read comics, they are so careful. Like Vix, whenever they come over, they're 17 now. Can you believe that, John? Vix is 17 now. What is time? I feel like we just had their 12th birthday because their birthday is 2 days before yours.
Yeah.
We had shared birthday parties for the two of them. And I feel like anytime they come over, they're just like, because last time they were over, they read the entire first trade of I Hate Fairyland. Loved it. Can't wait to come back to read the second trade. And, but they're so careful. All of them. Josh is only 7 and he treats it like it's the Constitution, you know, like barely touching it and then just sitting there reading it. It's so adorable. I wish I had pictures.
Witten has his own comic, so he doesn't mess with it.
Yeah, Witten, our other, he's 4, 5? He's 4 or 5 now. Witten is 4 or 5. I think he's 5. Wait, how long have we been married?
Since 2021.
What year is it now?
Should be your 5th anniversary in a couple of months.
Huh?
Should be your 4th or 5th anniversary in a couple of months.
I don't know. We've been together since 2011. That's all I know. 2 of them. One is careful. One is not. They're only good about their Pokemon cards. So there is hope. There is hope. You just have to show them Pokemon comics. And then they'll have to learn to, like, if they're careful with that. Do I have a good printer? I do not.
By the way, Eddie, if you like really twisted fun takes on holiday characters, read this. Jay loves this book. I haven't read it. I've had this book for a while. Jay loves this book.
It's not twisted.
It's not twisted?
No, it's not a twisted story.
No, it's just awesome.
It is awesome.
And then here's another one for you, Eddie, that there's like 7 or 8 volumes of this.
Oh.
And then you're also just a fan of voodoo and stuff. Here you go.
Come here. Yes, I see you.
Ugh. Oh, Lord, there's the pup.
He's mad because he's not getting his lap time.
And
That's all
pup.
it is.
Quit being that way. Anyway,
Look, there's Uncle Sean. There's Uncle Sean.
he doesn't care because I'm not there. His human is around.
Hi.
Nothing matters about it other than his human.
As you see, he finally calms down in my lap. Need a bigger chair for this. Oh, goodness.
The thing I notice about the lies is they progressively get longer.
Oh, do you guys... Okay, so my favorite Christmas movie is actually called Klaus as well. And it's got a full star-studded cast. No, you can't eat the microphone. It's got a full star-studded cast. And it's on Netflix. And we watch it, all 3 of us, we watch it every single year. It's called Fat Man. I see what you did there. Creepy and Christmassy with Mel Gibson.
Yeah.
That's what Ed's talking about.
Yeah, it's called Fat Man.
Yeah, I see that. But if you guys want a fun Christmas movie, that's a really cool, different side story of how Christmas started. And it includes Postman. It'll get you in the feels hard.
He keeps you in the list? Yes, the naughty list.
If you have Haven, if you Haven, my first comic the younger me grabbed off the shelf as the comic shop was, yeah. Wait a minute. Nice. You haven't seen. Okay, yeah, I'll try. Nope, that is so cool. That is so cool.
Yeah, I've heard of it, Ed. I haven't watched it though. I've heard of it though.
Nice. I love it. Like I said, my other nieces and nephews, they love our comic collection, and it's so fun to see them not just go straight for like the Marvel stuff or the DC stuff. They go for a lot of the indie stuff. Another one of the kiddos loves the Umbrella Academy books. My younger nephew. I got you, Nope. I got you. Bless you. There was my niece, Shania. She's 4 now. And oh my God, I can't. She's 4. What is time? What is time? I don't understand it. My hands are pretty numb from typing too much. Please give Fat Man a try. We'll give it a try. Although the movie for tonight that we're going to be watching is Evolution. Ed said, bless you.
Thank you.
We'll be watching Evolution tonight. I've been wanting to watch it. We found it, so now we're going to watch it. I lost my train of thought. Kiddos. They're going for not just the traditional
Marvel and DC.
Like they're picking up that indie stuff. Shania really likes oh no, I think it's called Stuff of Legends. It's so it's set in the universe where monsters in the closet are real. And what's evolution? Let me finish explaining this Stuff of Legends first, okay? He's a good boy. And so what it is there's monsters in the closets are real, and your toys and your teddies and stuff like that protect you. And this one time, this teddy, he was like getting washed or something, and so he didn't get to protect his kid, and the kid got taken by the monster. So the teddy and all of the toys go into this monstrous land and go to war with all the monsters to get his kid back. They did with Orlando Jones. I love that movie. Caca, tuki. I love that scene. It makes me laugh every time. And so it's really cool because it starts off where it looks like a regular teddy bear. They look like regular toy soldiers and stuff like that. But once they go into, oh, okay, Ed, I'm almost done. I promise. I'll tell you in a second.
Yeah, there's a big delay, bro.
Yeah. And, just getting to see, he's got some grass or something stuck there. Getting to see once they go into the, okay, that's enough, buddy. The chair is too small for you to be in it with me. I'm sorry. Once they go into this other land, the teddy bear turns into a giant like bear, and the toy soldiers look like actual soldiers, like the little plastic army men, and the toy soldiers look like actual soldiers and like army men. It's so cool. I wish I could find the book, but I read it to her every time she comes over. It's a thick book. It's a thick book. So we've been going through a few pages every time she comes over. But it's really title of your schmeh tape. I don't think I can say that word on camera. Anyways, but it started, I actually found this book. It was a free comic book day book, and then I had to go find it, and I found the trade. So definitely keep checking out your free comic book days, like books, because sometimes it's just like little like side things of stuff that's usually already completed, which is really cool. Evolution. Okay, so meteor come crash into Earth and in cave, and this high school class finds it, and it's got, what was his name in X-Files?
It's David Duchovny.
Thank you. That guy. And Orlando Jones, our high school.
And Sean William Scott.
He's not a high school science teacher.
No, he's in the movie.
He is in the movie, but I wasn't there yet. Meh. But so they find meteor come crash into Earth, and cue evolution from bacteria from on there to go all the way to big giant things and stuff. Maybe you explain it better.
Basically, it's alien evolution.
Alien evolution.
Like they start out as little bitty fish things.
Oh, it's older.
Yeah, it's an older movie, but it's
early 2000s, late 90s.
I think it's 2000s.
I think it's early 2000s. Yeah.
But it's a lot of fun because I mean
it's a lot of fun. It turns into giant thing. It's so much fun.
They end up being like gigantic, like silverback gorillas, but aliens.
Yeah. And then they escape the cave, and there's this one scene where they're hunting them. And what was the name of that actor again?
Which one?
Sean
William Scott.
Sean William Scott, as a lot of you guys might know from the American Pie series. And they're trying to call, and Orlando Jones is like, how do you call an alien? And it's like a flying alien. And so Sean walks up to it, and he's like, "Kaka, kaka, tuki tuki, tuki tuki, kaka kaka kaka." And then Orlando Jones just turns him, "We have established that kaka and tuki tuki don't work." And then he goes, "Kaka," and it's a great. The whole thing is hysterical. It's a great film. I haven't watched it in a while. We haven't watched it in a while, so we got it. We're gonna watch it now. Well, not right now, but that's our tonight movie. That's what we like to do. When I get home from work, it's done, we'll watch a movie. It's the only Julianne Moore I can stand to watch her in. Oh, wow. Ooh, Jenna, did Jay tell you I'm going to be in the credits to the new... coming out next year about John Carpenter's The Thing? I got to talk with JC. What?
Come on, stop.
I'm so happy for you.
Yeah.
I'm lime green jelly in the mirror. It's not fair. It's not fair. I'm sorry, buddy. What? You want back up? Hey, come here. Sorry, he's trying to.
That's hilarious.
Yes, bud. I can tell. I feel the love. It's a lot of love. Okay? I'm so happy for you, and I'm so proud of you. Good fracking job.
Well, see, when it comes to Julianne Moore, the only other thing that I'm a big fan of her in is Boogie Nights.
Oh, I forgot she was in Boogie Nights.
Mm-hmm. Buddy.
He's getting wrapped up in your stuff again.
I know.
Frisky boy.
He's so frisky.
I'm covered in him. Nope. How do you deal with all the shedding? Does it ever calm down? I wear a lot of black. I need the shedding to calm down. We've tried different shedding shampoos. It don't work. That's it. Don't give me. Oh, let's fracking tooth. They're giving me a little. Oh my gosh. Ugh. But yeah, and then I'm planning. I've got to get with Sean with this because I'm roping him into Jenna. Why are you shedding? Hardy, har. I've got to rope Sean to see if he's got a couple of days for our yearly Lord of the Rings watchathon. It's the extended editions as well. I do it every year. I do it 2 or 3 times a year. I do it with everybody else once a year. So it's time. It is time. I'm just saying. And by the way, anybody who doesn't know, because I actually met somebody when I was driving last night, who didn't know Leonard Nimoy had actually done. Did you watch my name at the end? Who didn't know about this? Leonard Nimoy actually did a Hobbit music, the Ballad of Bilbo Baggins music video. Oh, I don't have that kind of time and money. I barely have time to be on with you guys. I was so mad. I'm not going to lie. I got really mad at Jay when he said they were doing lives on Saturdays. And I was like, but I usually work till almost midnight on Saturdays, so I can't get on at all. So frack you guys. How dare you? But here I am. I came home early today. That's because I started earlier today.
He's actually being serious if you saw his name in the credits of Lord of the Ring or The Hobbit, one of the two.
Yeah, he's serious.
He started a fan club. He's actually in the credits of one of the movies.
Lay rude. No, I did not. I'm gonna have to pay more attention now. Cause all I know is Ed or Ed Weird. What's I know this is gonna sound weird. What's your actual, you can message me privately if you want. What is your full name? Because all I ever see is like here or Ed Weird. I don't actually know Ed's last name. We've been friends for how many?
Yeah, okay. yeah, Ed. I'll get right on that, buddy. Why don't you do the same for Amy, huh?
I'm sorry, Ed. I mean, we've been friends for how many years? And
That's fair.
Okay, that's why.
That's totally fair.
That's totally fair too. I mean, I bet most of y'all don't know my first name. I did get those gloves that have bristles. They actually grab on quite a bit of hair.
Oh, he loves that thing.
He loves that thing. We have it for his shower time. He gets a shower every 2 or 3 days because he has skin issues. We don't have eye issues. We have skin issues because of allergies. No matter what we give him, too, doesn't work. It doesn't work. Ed, I am so very sorry now. Like, I'm legitimately sorry. I may have I've missed his name all these years because I've never actually asked him his last name.
That's good. I don't know it either, so I would never notice it.
I went to high school with the... So you remember in the second film when Gandalf comes riding and he holds up his staff and she does that really high-pitched stuff? I went to school with that girl in half of that choir.
Oh.
Yeah. That was her show and tell for communications. Edward is my haunt's name. I was the head vampire at the local fire department charity haunted house, and I was a DJ, so I really get into character. I like it. That's interesting. Yes.
That's Dr. von Bissenstein to you.
Like, I'm going to have to look at it now. Like, next time we have our watch, guys, we're going to have to look for them. Can I help
He
you?
wants you.
The chair is too small for me to
I
put him in
know.
his lap, and I'm too tired to stand. I'm really tired.
Oh, we're getting close to wrapping it, so we can watch this movie because I still have
Thank you for the kisses.
experience clips. I gotta.
Thank you for the kisses. I like
I
Popo
heard
kisses.
dog foods that are chicken.
He doesn't have chicken though. His is a steak.
Huh.
We've been trying to figure out what his skin issue is for a couple years, and it's just eluding the crap out of us.
And then he gets worse when we bought the really good food for him, like the expensive, really good food that's supposed to help with it. He got so much worse. Like it was so much worse. Like that part that is missing right here on him, that's actually from the skin irritation. So like yeah, we've tried so much. Oh, but yeah, his is it's we get him the burger kind, and then we get him the in all three credits there's a dedication to the founding members of the Lord of the Rings. I'm there. I got cast cards, early scripts. Input on changes. I'm so jealous. That's not fair.
I still have no
I
idea.
was too young.
I have no idea what I'm going to watch after we go off here. I'm still going to figure out food.
Food. Can I have food?
You can have food whenever you want.
I had a shepherd that got better when I switched him to the turkey venison pro plan. Food.
Hello, smiley boy. We're almost done.
Oh, he's giving big smiles right now. It's adorable.
Because he knows he's being a little terror.
Oh, Ed, I'm going to say something that's going to break his heart.
Wow.
So this has actually happened before I met Jay. I had 2 full series. So I actually had all of the Lord of the Ring books and all the side books, like including The Hobbit and the Sim. Oh my God, my mouth won't work. But you guys know what books I'm talking about. And they were actually all like second and third printings. And my roommates before I met Jay pawned them off while I was at work one day. Same with, I actually had a collector set of Anne Rice's. It was a 4-book series and they were all signed. It was Interview with a Vampire, Queen of the Damned, The Vampire Lestat, and I forget what was the 4th one. There was a signed book collection of them, and that was something else that roommates, man. When you have stuff you care about, you can't leave anything unattended. In fact, baby, can you go get my Pride and Prejudice book? Again, give me names. I will find them. Here's the thing. They've changed their names. I've tried to find them. But I was so mad. And now I don't have any of the Lord of the Ring books. I am this sad. I have fallen behind. I keep meaning to rebuy them. There's actually this leather-bound set that Walmart has of 4 of the books. But it's like $60 or $70. I'm gonna think about it. But yeah, it's got the 3 books and The Hobbit, but they're small. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's like just tiny print or if it's maybe not all of it, but they're like this faux leather bound. They look really cool. Oh, that might be my replacement. We'll have to see. We'll see what happens. I might spoil myself for Hanukkah this year and just do that as my whole week of gifts to me. We'll have to see. I actually went to see Fellowship with my mom as a kid and never knew anything about Lord of the Rings. Was so confused when the movie ended. So this is what I'm about to show off to you guys. My pride and joy. This is a gold inlaid early edition of Pride and Prejudice. And it's old. It's old. And what's so cool about it, so on the inside, it's got like illustrations of the stuff, but it actually has a portrait of Jane Austen. This is my pride and joy, is like the only thing that I got to save from those roommates. Apparently, the bookshop didn't want to buy this. What's crazy is this is got like it has no dates or anything on it. It's so old. My grandfather actually picked it up for me because he knew I really liked him. But it's just like actual like I don't know if you can see that's actually really shiny in the light. Oh, and then on the spine, all of that's like shiny stuff too. But yes, I like, and then you open it and it's got that like just old book smell. Heaven. I have the cliff notes on that I used in high school. Sorry, also I'm glad you said yeah, I was so it was almost devastated. I came in and almost all my books were gone. I was like, what happened? And they were like, you don't need these books. You work all the time and we needed money. And I'm like, I'm going to press charges. I'm calling the cops right now and I'm pressing charges. And then they just disappeared. Yeah, that was fun. Because they thought I was joking until I was on my phone, my flip phone at the time. And they just disappeared. If I ever find you guys again, I'm not as nice as a person as I used to be. Isn't that right, Sean? I got meaner over the years.
We're working on it.
Working on me being meaner or not as mean?
Beating the crap out of people that need to be beaten.
Yes. I don't know why I was so nice back in those days.
Me either, because you hate me.
There'd be a lot of hurting. I know. So, nope. I have to ask. After you watched that first one, did you want to go see the second one? Like, did you go see Two Towers? Or did you only see Fellowship? I simply must have an answer. Please tell me. And also, can somebody help me? Did they ever make Lord of the Rings comics? Because I feel like it was a fever dream that I had that they did. What? Yeah, I feel like it was a fever dream that I had. I feel like there was Lord of the Rings comics at one time. That's for 10 years. Pain, they will feel. Oh my goodness. Oh, Ed, you're too far away though. You live the many states away. The many states away. I'm about to look it up. Yes, I have the Lord of the Rings comics, but not from the movies. Oh, so were the comics were like before the movies or after the movies? I must know more. Please. I must know more. Like I have so many questions. Like what kind of art style was it? Did they do all of the storylines? Like how did it work out? How were they? Oh, you have them. Oh, I want pictures. I'm jelly. Way before the movies? Was it like during the days of like the original animated movie? Was it like before that or after that? Do 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 do. Sir, just because you're not in my lap does not mean you get to get over there and kick boxes. That is rude. Oh no, what is that? Go away. Yes, the 70s. Okay. I'm trying to picture it. I want them. Who did it? Like who made them? I'm gonna hold on. Where is the Google's? I'm gonna Google it right now. I was blown away. My mom always loved fantasy films. She told me about the book series after seeing it, tried to read the books afterwards, but my ADD was unmedicated and failed. I understand that. It takes me a while to read a book unless I get hyper focused on it. Or if I'm doing like 2 or 3 things at a time. That's definitely I've got to have like at least 2 things going for me to like focus on a book. That's why when I was doing Minute to Skim It, I always made notes. I always had notes. I had to have notes. Seeing all the movies though, haven't tried Rings of Power. I me and Jay have made it halfway through the first season of Rings of Power, but then just so much was going on and so much was happening, and I am gonna hold judgment still. I'm gonna hold in my judgment on Rings of Power just because it's. I get what they're trying to do. I'm just not sure the execution is where it needs to be. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Oh goodness. Sir, you are late. That's my foot. Okay. He's so full of shenanigans. You're full of shenanigans, sir. But yes, so Sean, we have a new goal. There is a 70s Lord of the Rings comics that we need to find. We have to. We simply must. We simply must. And there goes Sean. He Jay and Sean find everything. I ask the questions and say find this, and they do. Hey, sir, you're gonna hurt yourself trying to get underneath the chair like that. Chill, my love. Rings of Power is really good. Just remember it's based on things, so they take liberties with things. You're not going to get canon Tolkien, but it's gorgeous scenery, and I enjoy the RP. Okay, okay. Like I said, I'm holding judgment. I see what they're trying to do. I didn't get into reading the books until after high school and college. Only books I read in school, not on tape in class, was Ender's Game. Took years to even start reading the sequels to it. So I have a confession. I could never finish. Like, I only ever got like 1 or 2 chapters in the Ender's Game, and then I would just I would veer off. There's only one book in history that I have not veered off on, or like I'm able to sit down and read all the way through at once, and that's Animal Farm. Strangely enough, Animal Farm is the only book I can read without it. Isn't it based on the Silmarillion or something like that? That's what I thought too. No, that's what I thought. I thought they were taking liberties from the stories from there because it's supposed to be based on the 10,000 years or something like that before the Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring. Like it's even supposed to be all those years before Sauron is actually Sauron from cutting off his hand in lava stuff.
Hmm.
Getting the pats. Getting the pats.
What is this?
Yeah.
Maybe?
Oh, there was another book, Logan's Run, but I think that's because I had seen the movie so many times before and then reading the book. I've actually got 3 different editions of that book. It's way, way, way before that. That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Damn it.
Eh?
Mm.
No?
Oh, no, I'm finding stuff.
And?
It'll be hard to find copies.
No.
Let alone volumes.
I've read Animal Farm, but need to revisit. Also need to read 1984 still. I have read 1984, but I don't remember it. Wasn't it? The only thing I remember about 1984 was that it was written in 1948. That's the only thing I remember about it. Oh, but Animal Farm, I could quote that movie or that book. Do they have a movie? Ed, is that how we find it? Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, but it was done by Warren Publishing.
What he's got is Burmy Joe. I just got copies for my sister last year from CBSN. I think Andy sold them to me. Andy, I'm coming for you.
Found a #1 for $60.
Oh,
on
jeez.
eBay for a very good collection.
Warren Publishing is a magazine. Like I said, so if you look here, Ed put, hold on. Have you read Sword? I have not read it. I'll have to check it out. Bermejo. publications. Publication date 1979. Oh, no, it's TOUTAIN editors. That's who that's who published the comic. A lot of people have been telling me to check out not recent. Wheels of Time? I think that's what it is. That's what other people have been telling me to check out. Okay, well, I'm going to call Jay in here because it's 1 a.m. our time. Jay, your turn.
All right.
I have...
Everything I'm finding, Eddie says Warden Publishing. That I'm finding on it right now online.
Can you help us do the finding?
Yes.
He put all the stuff and the info in here.
Give me a second.
Okay, Jay said give him a second. So, you know what that means. Do 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 do. By the way, I've been rewatching that again, and I think I'm like halfway through the show again. Okay. Good night, guys. I love talking to everybody's, but Hand Puppo is trying to tangle himself, and I am having the hunger and the tired and the movie time. I'm going to take my book now.
Yeah. Okay. There we go.
All the love, Ed. Nice talking to you, know. Hi, K-Con. I forgot who else was there. I'm sorry.
There's still 4 people here. That's insane to me. Most of you have been here the whole damn time.
It's because they like your pretty face and my annoying words.
Probably. Well, that'd definitely be something. Holy crap. I just noticed we've been going for almost 5 hours now.
Yeah. I'm glad that I actually ate something before we went live because I'd be in big trouble now.
Oh.
Ate enough so that I can be okay.
Good. Good. I think we get pretty close to getting to all the...
No wonder I'm tired, everybody. It is now having the rain outside.
Oh, is it raining?
It is having the rain.
Ugh. Well, everybody say good night.
Good night.
Yeah. Get done with here. Get something to eat. I got to do my clips for Monday. I have them done. I just got to do the outline thingy where you basically how I do the clips that y'all see that they put on Instagram and TikTok. If you're on TikTok, is I layer 2 videos, make one of them 800% bigger and 25% opacity, and then I upload them like that to Dan, so Dan can start putting the clips for the shows for the week.
This is like sitting on the
What?
reading Eddie's comment.
Yeah. And if it wasn't for movie night and getting the stuff done, I probably could go longer. There's gonna be one of these streams where I'm just gonna go until I can't go anymore. Just to see.
And then we'll truly be in K-pop territory.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not done just yet, and I got some left in me.
Yeah, we're at this point we're committed to this next about 45 seconds.
But I understand Saturday's a hard night for other folks. I know CJ has been wanting to catch us. Castle's been wanting to catch us. But like I said, Saturday will be like, for me at least, will be the mainstay one. It might just be me sometimes. And it might not be this long, but
Yeah. And that's only because my work stuff. Yeah, yesterday was interesting to learn quite a bit of what I learned. But you know what the stuff is. So
Yeah.
for anybody who's wondering, well, I'll just say that boss is not happy that certain things haven't been done over the last 3 months so that my promotion can actually take place. So,
But Saturday,
the good news is, though, if I get lucky, I will get an extra week of vacation next year.
Yeah. But Saturday will be a mainstay, and the reason he brings that up is his schedule is going to be changing. So he's not always going to be available on Saturday. So that's when I plan to try to start bringing people on to talk to y'all. So it's not just me, because I can go, but if I have somebody to talk to, I can save my voice. Because that time I did it by myself, by the end of that, my voice was so hoarse, but it was still a lot of fun.
That's why I do cough drops throughout the show.
Yeah, I need to start doing that.
Buy a thing of cough drops. There's even a thing I've seen where it's actually specifically voice drops. For like it was made by a metal singer.
Mm-hmm.
It actually helps with your throat.
Yeah. Sunday would be the main one, the one that's stationary. I'm hoping to do a show like on a Wednesday or Thursday. Monday I might be able to swing, but I want to make sure that, for one, I'm not interfering with like Triple B doing a live unboxing or anything. I definitely don't want to interfere with Robbie at all either. So I don't know. Like, I do have a break between, and if I'm not reading for a minute to skim it, because that's what I do, I'll put Robbie on or whoever's on, and I'll read my books and do my notes. That way I don't have to wake up super early, because I have to take notes on the books that I read, or I forget everything about the book.
Until 10 years later, and then he'll remember everything page by page.
Yeah, it's crazy how my memory and my brain work. But like, so I have that break. It's like 3 hours, give or take. So into Comic Collectibles at 7, maybe 7:05, and then I set up the Instagram for Best Coast Comics, and I kind of watch the chat and everything there. And they come on at 10. You cross wait. Yeah. Best Coast can pretty much run themselves, though. It's just I'm there to catch things in the chat just in case. And like I said, I set up the Instagram for the experience, because a lot of our shows that aren't sales shows we can put on Instagram, because they haven't fully integrated Instagram yet. Like, we show on Instagram, but we can't really get comments from Instagram or anything yet. So,
see, that's the benefit of you, or just get to be around comics all the time.
And much like other things in my life, people are like, "Don't you ever get tired?" No, I don't. Ever.
If I wasn't tired already, I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
Wait, are you still live?
Yeah.
Hi, guys.
That's all right. Like I said, we're fixing to wrap it up, because it is 1 in the morning. I still got to eat something. Yep.
Maybe next week we'll start an hour earlier or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna make sure I say something about that during the week. Let people know, hey, we're gonna start a little bit earlier. Didn't realize that's the great thing about Jenna being home earlier than usual, is I could tell her, hey, you want to hop on for a little bit?
It was nice. I miss talking to everybody.
Yeah.
And we learned that her and K-pop are almost the same person.
What did I do?
You can just play with the puppy.
Okay, they're just a boy.
Yeah. Well, like I said, for having a stream this long and having everybody here is just awesome. Everybody that's shown up every single show is amazing. And I know, and Ed, you missed notifications and stuff like that. I'm not like giving you crap about it. I know how YouTube is just weird.
No, I'm gonna give him crap for it. Come on, Ed. Don't you follow us on all the socials and know the times? Come on.
Ed, you ain't got to worry about apologizing. This week we honestly had no firm topic until about Thursday for whatever reason. So this is just one of those weeks where this was going to be that kind of show. So,
I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know what you're apologizing for anyway, man.
Yeah,
There's
like
nothing to apologize.
Yeah, we're going to talk about our topics, veer off topic, talk about the chat's topics, come back to our next topic,
Nope.
talk about the chats. That's just how it's going to be.
Yeah,
we've got check marks on what we're going to talk about.
Yeah,
and then once y'all bring us something else that's obviously somebody really wants to dig into, then that's where we go.
Yeah,
that's just how it is. It's called a hangout for a reason. This is not called Hail Hydra, do the hell what we say all the time for the entire stream.
Or I'm gonna turn off that's the main reason I also put the chat up here, like on the screen, so everybody can see. And we still haven't gotten anybody from Facebook yet. We are streaming to Facebook too, but I'd just like to see how that works. So maybe one day I'll while we're on the stream, I'll hop on my Facebook and make some comments just to see. Yeah, it's streaming to Facebook. It's on the Hydrasylum page.
It's not. Just stay on for a minute so I can check it out.
Yeah, don't ever, dude. This show is not meant to stay on track. You know, this isn't the EXP. As much as I love them, we don't follow that format. There's no commercials. You know, we don't have a set time. We can end whenever we feel like. So yeah, get us off track. I love that. I love having an interactive chat. Wait, hold on. We're going to get something?
We'll see.
Hey. Okay, so it's...
I was the first like.
You know what the coolest thing about this is, though? Unlike StreamYard, people can see the comment. Like, people can see the Facebook comment.
Huh.
Like, StreamYard...
Yeah, I just noticed that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eddie, we're going to figure out how to do a shirt for that without getting in trouble.
Without getting... Yeah, Marvel
might get us for that one, dude. That's going to be a hard one.
Okay, I'm seeing the problem, though.
The only way I can see getting around that is to just add the rest of our name into it.
It doesn't actually add to the page that you're live. It just shows your circle like a live story.
Oh, that's interesting.
So
There's Edward.
You need to share it to the actual post/page.
I don't know how to do that because it does it directly from here.
Yeah, so I mean, you get on Facebook and you have to share.
Oh.
So I'm testing it out.
Okay. But see, that's another plus that I like about having the chat up here. I want everybody to know that this is interactive. Y'all can talk to each other. Y'all are on the screen. So anybody watching this on the rewind will see that you're up there. And we don't have to highlight the comments so people from Facebook and YouTube can see each other. Like StreamYard, y'all can't see each other's comments unless, we highlight them.
Okay, so I figured out how to fix it for Facebook for next time. So if you were Sean, you'll go to your page.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll go to here where it says feed.
Mm-hmm.
And you share it to your page as Hydrasylum.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
So I go, what do I do again?
Oh, I'm coming. All right, so when you're on the Facebook page,
mm-hmm.
All right, you see where it says the arrow says share? Are you on as Hydra?
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll come up here where it says feed, click the down button, go to on your page or profile or share to feed. You can share it to your page or profile, which will share it on the Hydrasylum page.
So he said, we'll have to remember that for next time because
Yeah.
we don't want to have people on Facebook jumping on and we're like fixing to end.
Yeah, sorry, guys. Oh, now look, everybody is coming on.
Is that another Ed profile or is that somebody new? And if it's somebody new, welcome in. We were testing something out. We've been on for like 5 hours now. But we do this every Saturday. I don't know. The way they said Hail Hydra. Wait a minute. Hold on. No. Wait a second. Nope. Is that you?
Oh my gosh.
I will say this though. The only way I could see getting around that,
Hey, Chuck is on here.
the hail thing, is if I just did our entire name with it. That's the only way I could see that happening, like for sure. It would have to be Hail Hydrasylum.
Yeah, it'd have to be the full thing.
Yeah, and then just the fan. I want to say that that's Nope. Now that I'm thinking about it, because that week that we were in Facebook or YouTube jail. See now because I keep seeing Facebook jail from Ed. We had to go to Facebook only. I think that's Nope. But I will continue calling you everybody by what they want to be called by. Randy told me to call him Randy instead of Round Guy, but I will continue calling you Nope.
Eddie, I need to know how. Like Eddie, if you want to talk Star Trek sometime, let me know, dude. I will go off on the Star Trek.
All right, but now that has been figured out,
Yeah,
we can now do that.
Yeah.
See, now it's showing up 5 hours ago that you were live.
Goodness. Yeah, I remembered right at the last second. I was like, you know what? I want to say that was Nope when everybody had to be on Facebook. I'm telling you, y'all, even if there's days Sean can be here, I would love to. I'm not exactly sure. I think I can get 6 people in the room at a time. I'd love to have y'all on. You don't have to have your camera on. It could just be your microphone. That's fine. But I'd love to have y'all on so we're not like running out of topics or trying to think about stuff. We can just sit here and we can talk just like we do in the chat, except it'll be your voice. So I think Jenna watched that.
What did I do?
You talking about Star Trek Lower Decks?
Yeah, I watched that.
The cartoon, Eddie. I've watched some of it. It's hysterical. And I've got a really cool store exclusive of it, I think from North Carolina. At Ultimate, I think it's called Ultimate Comic and Games, where we go in Raleigh. I think I've got a thing there. Yeah. Lower Decks is cool. And then the crossover episode between Lower Decks and Strange New Worlds was also really cool.
Yes.
How did they do? So since I don't know, how did they do that?
So what they did was the beginning of the episode, the Orville's amazing. The beginning of the episode, they have them on a planet on the Lower Decks looking for something. And they find this kind of like time travel portal. And when they jump through it, they come out live action on the other end in the past.
Yeah.
So we get to see Jack in live action?
Yes. There were 2 of them that came. It was Jack. Is that his name? Jack Quaid?
Yeah, Jack Quaid.
Yeah, and then I forget the other girl's name, but yeah, the 2 of them came and it was great.
That is pretty dope.
Yeah.
The Orville, I hope to hear something else on.
I need more.
I know that he was busy doing movies and stuff. And the reason they wanted to make it a Hulu exclusive, there was something, I can't remember exactly what was said about that show.
Like I said, Eddie, when we get into it on a fresh stream, I'll talk to you. For me, it's the 90s stuff, so or your 80s and 90s. So it's TNG, DS9, and Voyager are the ones for me because that's when they really connected the Star Trek universe along when they did Generations to have Shatner and Leonard Nimoy and stuff. Enterprise for me was a little hit and miss, but it was good. There are some species that are shown in Enterprise, and I'm like, why aren't they shown at all? later. But again, another thing. I'll tell you, my least favorite is the original one.
That hurt.
I'll get some flack for that, but that's my least favorite one until the movies. Nice.
Awesome. You let us know when, man. Like I said, I'd love to have anybody on. I
If-
want to make sure that everybody knows, we're not going to get political. We're not going to talk about religion. It's just going to be comics and fun.
Yeah.
And
If-
any other geeky nerdy stuff y'all want to talk about.
If it helps, Mr. No, it's not going to cost you a lot to get stuff set up. The webcam that I'm using, Jenna found for me for $30 at Walmart. Super
There's
simple,
also
easy.
not terrible ones at the Five Below store.
Yeah.
You can get a whole setup.
Well,
for
depends
like
on
$20.
where they're at in the
Yeah.
world.
Okay. Good point.
But like Walmart, yeah, simple thing like that. Fixing to buy a mic upgrade, so to speak, so that I don't sound so crappy on camera.
Well, you know why I sound a little better.
Yeah.
Because mine sits on a box that, funny enough, you can't see.
Yay. I mean, I guess I could talk like this for 5 hours, hold my hand and give myself hand cramps.
Which is weird because it didn't sound that any different.
Oh, I don't sound any different with it here versus right there.
Nope.
Oh,
Sounds
okay.
same.
How about now?
Same.
Yeah. You must be speaking in a way that.
No, it just means that my audio is bad no matter what.
Other than the Chris Pine universe. Yeah, and like I said, I enjoyed. I don't think I watched the last one of that because I think it was a trilogy.
Yes, it was.
But the first one was my second ever Blu-ray I ever had, and the first movie that I watched on my flat screen. The first flat screen I ever got.
Before anybody else, I might add.
Yeah.
No, wait, was it? Did you get it first, or was it you got your first one was actually a usable one? Just to bring up funny history of people who like to brag about stupid crap.
What happened was he asked me, I was asked for my HDMI cord because I got told, well, you're never going to have a flat screen to hook it into, so why don't you just give it to me? And I had told him, actually, I have a flat screen now. Oh. And then this person went out and got a very, very small flat screen just to say he had a flat screen.
Yeah, so you can play his video games on it.
Oh, you know what?
Right.
Oh, I got mixed up. I thought Ed was saying that the first Star Trek was his favorite. No, he's talking about the Scott Bakula Enterprise one.
Yes.
Right?
Mhm.
Okay. All right. I get it now.
Yeah, Star Trek. That's why he said Star Trek Enterprise.
Sorry, man. I love Bones. Bones and Scotty were my dudes. Like, I didn't watch every single episode of that, but there were certain episodes I really liked. The Tribbles, I love the Tribble episode. I know a lot of people can't stand that. I have a Tribble somewhere. My aunt, it's still on card, but I have a Tribble somewhere.
No, but I love it. Yeah, like I said, Eddie, I can nerd out with you because I'll talk to you about favorite ships and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, I'm not that far into it, but
Yeah,
yeah.
the Beastie Boys and some of the movies are great.
Yeah, I'm not that far into it, but I do like I could sit down and watch Star Trek. Like, it's not one of those shows where I'm like, I can watch it. I like it. I'm just not that into it. Just like with Star Wars. I'm a Star Wars fan, but don't ask me like Alex does on Comic Collectibles to go deep diving like he does. Holy hell. That kid knows his stuff, man.
Well, all right then. We've gone 5 hours and 20 minutes.
I know.
Man's a snory boy.
I know my poor baby boy's over there sleeping. The wife is hungry. The
You're
Jay
hungry.
is hungry.
I'm hungry.
Sean's hungry. Everybody's hungry. We still got to watch Evolution.
Well, that's too damn bad.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa.
Well, that's too damn bad.
We watched that not that long ago. I love that movie too. Holes, love it.
I'm trying to remember.
Yep.
There's that one new movie. I think y'all watched it recently. I cannot for the life of me remember what it was called, but it involves aliens. We saw the trailer for it a few years ago, and I never watched it. Huh?
Did you never Home?
No, was it called Home?
Can I come into the out now?
No, it's a live action. Like, is it called Nope? Or something
Oh no!
I love that movie.
Yeah, that's a good movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've always loved Scott Bakula since Quantum Leap. I love Quantum Leap. That's one of my favorite Scott Bakula things. That and Necessary Roughness.
It's my throwing hand.
Yeah. Yeah. So
If it isn't the number one ranked undefeated Texas Colts.
yeah.
Wow. Did you say something, Sugar?
Yeah. Great movie. We are gonna call it 5 hours and 20 minutes, 21 minutes. It's a new record for a Hydra Hangout. Not sure what we're gonna talk about next time. Not sure if Sean's gonna be here.
Should be. Because again, we'll talk about it off camera. Should be. So, and then after that, that's when it'll kind of become a crapshoot.
Yeah.
Until the thing happens.
Yeah. So Ed, Nope, the other two folks that are lurking in the chat, we appreciate y'all being here. This was completely awesome. Though the only bad thing about it is I'm gonna try to see if I can do this. I'm gonna see if I can leave the chat on off screen, because once I go to the countdown, the screen cuts it off.
Bye, I love you.
Yeah. Gonna see if, just in case anybody says anything else, make sure I see it. But we're gonna be dipping out, folks. Thank you so much. I'm gonna make sure I give myself a few seconds and Sean a few seconds, so I don't do that weird cut us off kind of thing. But everyone, take care. Have a great night. I'll see you during the week, or we'll see you next Saturday.
Yep.
Take care.
Later.